Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It is the the final week of qualifying for Champions Week, and the penultimate week of the series. That's, of course, what I meant to say, but the first place at finals night will be decided today. It's Wednesday. It's the end of Group A, and here is what happened yesterday. It was hardly Super Mario and a difficult day one for Dutchman Mario Rob. The 50-year-old seemed to struggle and only picked up a single victory. Like the man he beat, Michael Huntley, the pair will need a much improved set of results today. Stefan Schroer fared slightly better. This clean kill of a checkout earned one of a brace of victories for the debutant. Martin Adams showed that age is just a number. The 67-year-old darting legend rolled back the years on his Super Series return. Wolfie winning 3 from 5 on Monday with spells of brilliance. Speaking of superstars, Arrow's icon Fallon Sherrock was also back in action. A history maker with that 9-dart finish last time she was here, Sherrock also secured 3 victories yesterday. But it was David Evans who was able to open up and stretch a lead at the top of the table. A perfect day from a very good Evans put him in pole position. Yeah, not just pole position for David Evans, but almost an unassailable lead that he's got, Scott Mitchell. It's looking like a case of when rather than if.
Yeah, definitely. And his first 2 games, obviously, he opens up against the second from bottom, Mike Huntley, and then takes on Mario Rob in his second game. So it would be a major, major Super Series disaster for him should he not go through. But I suppose mathematically, Fallon and Stefan can still catch him, but they're going to have to go through the car 5 out of 5 and hope that somebody starts to turn Dave over pretty quickly. And I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, well, let's show you what Scott's just described there in terms of the league table. David Evans with that 6-point lead. As Scott says, Sherrock and Schroer are the players that could catch him. I mean, Martin Adams mathematically could, but it would be an absolute miracle. He'd have to win all of his games, Evans to lose all of his effectively. Huntley and Rob already out of the race. But there is an interesting battle for Group B. The realistic battle will be that one between Sherrock, Schroer and Adams.
Yeah, very much so, and that's the one we're going to have our eyes on all session, really. It's going to be about who goes where. And you look at Group B and you wonder, do you really want to be in Group B?
Yeah, well, just think about this. A possible Group B scenario would be Steve West, Danny Lauby, Robert Thornton, Fallon Sherrock and Martin Adams. If that was to be the case, could that be the strongest Group B we've ever had?
Oh, it'd be the all-time Group B that we've ever had here at the Super Series. It would be one of those that you would quite happily pay to watch, actually.
Yeah, 3 of the 5 players would have hit a 9-darter in this event before. Quite remarkable. Right, let's just turn our attention now to the betting. We're going to show you the bet builder for today. This is the most popular bets on the exchanges, and Evans to beat Sherrock, the first one, 10-11. Fallon then to get at least 180 against Martin Adams at 1-2, and the final match, Stefan Schroer to beat Mike Huntley. The treble pays just over 3-1. Thoughts on that, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, the first one is the dodgy one for me because Sherrock's the only one that's actually beat Evans this week. So that's the one that could be the problem there. But yeah, I think that pretty much speaks for itself in the way that the week's gone. Yeah, I would go with those other 2, definitely.
Yeah, and if you are going to have a flutter, of course, do gamble responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. Right, what are you expecting today? How soon are you expecting David Evans to get it? And if he is to struggle or keep it open, do you think there could be a seed of doubt if he were to be beaten in one of his first couple of games?
I don't think there will be a seed of doubt. I think when you sit that high and you're that far ahead in the table, you really are in your rocking chair. You're just waiting for it all to happen, and it doesn't need to happen in the first 2 games. He's only got to win a couple and he's safe. So the fear is you want to get it done as quickly as possible, and I can't see it going much more than half the group, and he'll have it done and sorted.
OK, well, I'll let you get to your rocking chair in the commentary box. Glenn Durrant's already there waiting, and the first match is Mario Rob against Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody. It's been an intriguing and competitive group here, I would say, so far. But the shining star has been David Evans, who will be sitting watching this game because Fallon Sherrock is one of the players that can still catch David. But 18 points, 9 wins out of 10. he's put himself into a fantastic position for qualification, and we'll be seeing David very soon. But it's all about the two players in your picture. The man there going, Mario Robb, did play in the World Championships in 2007 and 2008 at Lakeside. It's been a long time since I've seen Mario, but still very much playing in the National League, Super Leagues in Holland with Jermaine Wattimena and players of that calibre against
First leg, it's Mario
Fallon Sherrock, who these
first.
days doesn't need
Game
an awful
on.
lot of introductions, and it'll be expertly refereed by Owen Binks. And the head-to-head so far has been pretty straightforward for Fallon Sherrock against Mario, who Mario Robb has
41.
got better as the days have gone on Monday and Tuesday. Started both days extremely slow, and I'm sure he'll have self-reflected and looked at the couple of days
60.
so far, and it'll be an area he'll have identified. One positive I can say for Mario is that his doubles have been the best part of his game so far. It's the scoring power that's let him down, but
140.
scores like that will help him today. He had that sensational moment of a 167 finish yesterday, which is still the highest finish of the week so far.
100.
For Fallon, we've seen real flashes. We've seen some real good darts from her, but just the consistency
60.
hasn't been there compared to David Evans. She still has the highest average of the week of a 93.26. But an indication of the inconsistency in the middle of a game yesterday, she had a 90.18, but the game previous there, she averaged 79. So I think the frustration for Fallon will be consistency. I don't think she's a person who'll go back and look back at the competition and where it could have been won.
100.
But I think she'll be disappointed when she looks at the numbers, because David Evans hasn't really pulled an awful lot of trees down. I mean, he's just been averaging around about 85 to
60.
89.
Mario
But it's been enough for him so far
160.
as Mario looks at this 160. And once again, I'm delighted for the final time this week to be joined by my co-commentator, Mr. Scott Mitchell. Morning, Scott.
How are we? All
60.
good. Yeah, it's an intriguing sort of middle of the table, this one, isn't it? I think the top of the table, as we said up at the top of the show, yeah, with Murph on the balcony, that
78.
it's all
Mario
done and dusted.
require
It's how
100.
quickly David Evans gets it done, and yeah, the potential of the Group B. Wow, just wow. You'll be able to commentate on that, mate. I won't be here, so unfortunately, but yeah, it's a group you'd love to get your teeth into
No
and
score.
chat about.
Fallon, you require 122.
Mario Robb scores 40 there. You've got to be looking at as close to double top, and to bust that score of 100 as Fallon looks at the bullseye.
92.
That would have been
Mario
a double
require
whammy.
100.
That's been typical of the week. That's for Mario. And that bust of 100. He might go tops now.
52. Fallon, you require 30.
It's going to have to move over, blocks her way a little.
15.
Yeah, it's been fascinating
Mario
to sort of
require
say things this week,
48.
sort of being challenged by Scott a little bit. But another thing I would say, Scott, I can't stand double 15. I know you have this theory of every double's the same size, but it's another one I
Games
hated.
on the first
But
leg.
Mario Robb, Scott Mitchell,
Mario Robb.
if he gets down to a double, he usually wins a leg.
It has
Second
been
leg,
the
it's
story of
Fallon's
his week. I
reversed.
mean, it's
Game on.
you know, he has the highest shot of the week so far with the 167, and if he just gets somewhere near it, he's out pretty quickly. His doubling stats for the week are
56.
pretty impressive, but his scoring stats and his first 9 stats, you would just want to throw him in the bin and forget him. It's one of those this week for him, and like I say, his week's not over. It's only Wednesday. I think he's going to be
100.
one of the ones that really is going to enjoy starting on 0 again and starting in a new group, and he'll know more about what the Super Series is all
96.
about come tomorrow.
And I don't think he'd be frightened of Group C as well. I mean, there's players there where they've openly admitted they're a little bit inconsistent themselves at the moment. I think Justin Hood stands out for me in that
100.
Group C, if fully fit. Because last time I seen him here, he was hobbling across the hockey. But I'm a big fan of Justin Hood, and I'm interested to see how he
58.
plays in Group C. But yes, it's whetting the appetite, that Group B, and if you could just add Fallon into the mix of that. And that's why she's here, Scott, this week. She's got, you know, bigger fish to fry, etc. She's got the
64.
Grand Slam around the corner. She's got the World Championships around the corner. And if you can get some match practice against the likes of Steve West and Robert Thornton,
58.
surely, you can't buy that match practice.
No, I totally agree. I think it'll do her the world of good, and that's what she's here for. And she wants to.
100.
You know, match practice is very difficult and hard to come by at a standard that you need it to be. I mean, we had a little discussion off air yesterday that you know you can practice with people, and 9 times out of 10 when you're Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell, you're practicing with people that, no disrespect to them, you're helping them more than they're being able to help you. And yeah, you know, these sorts of things are great for Fallon, really.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I just like to do my own thing. I didn't ever practice with anyone. It was me and the Invisible Man, but feels a little bit like the Invisible Man for Fallon at the moment, because this is not her.
40.
She has not come out the traps at all this morning, and Mario's looking good for 2-0, because usually when he has a double,
Game
he
shot the
pings it.
second.
2-0, Mario Robb.
Mario Robb. Feel like it's Mario to throw first. Game on.
If you're ever wondering what players are thinking there, she's probably thinking, this is a shocking start. I don't want to play like this. Why is it doing this? I was playing well in practice. That mind, if you can just clear it, makes it a lot easier game, doesn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it does. If there's nothing in it, and it's more positive. You know, you know, we probably can reminisce about our really good games and the ones we've enjoyed the most. You've been such a positive frame of mind about the whole game. It's the tougher games that you remember are the ones where you've been fighting with yourself more than anything.
Yeah, we've had Happy Cam, Misery Cam, and Adams Cam this week.
140.
I think we're going to see some more Adams Cams today. I think the way that he's quite jovial out in the back room this morning, as I just come through from the balcony interview. So,
and all I will say is watch out for the shirt.
100.
Yeah, we've been waiting for them all week, and he's saving the best ones to last, I believe.
85.
One today looks like he's just popped off a plane at Southampton Airport from Honolulu.
Is it 5 o'clock in Honolulu? I'll
85.
Yeah, let's start getting on it. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, apparently.
139.
Yeah, definitely. It's 5:01 somewhere. Anyway.
There's a share for Wayne Mardle, isn't it?
$100. Fallon, you require 80.
Yeah, better from Mario. Not ideal, that, but doesn't move.
Game shot in the third.
That is an incredible dart. She literally had one area of that double tops to hit. She avoided the flight of her first 2 darts.
It's Fallon to throw first.
I have to say that was an incredible dart. No emotion, no reaction, but that was a super, super dart.
Yeah, it was, and it's a nice settler for you as well to get your first leg under of the day and get it first dart, bang. It just gives you a little spring in your step, doesn't it? And a little confidence between the ears, and that's the way it has to be.
Yeah, the life of Fallon Sherrock as well. If you know, if you ever wondered, I mean, I'm not someone who's very close to Fallon or anything like that, but like you say, when I've done exhibitions with her, she's incredibly quiet backstage.
100.
Doesn't practice an awful lot. But then can go up onto the hockey, especially where there's a crowd as well. And I think that really motivates her. But I was just thinking when she walked in the venue today, she's pretty much thinking David Evans is qualified. But she's here for a reason. She's here for match practice. And I think she just needs to really focus on the positives of why she's here.
59.
And honestly, every leg that you get in the bank, it's fantastic when you've got big competitions down the line. And she just needs to keep motivated and then plan her attack for the rest of the week, because impartially I know, but we want to hear on Saturday night. I mean, the crowd will be a lot bigger if Fallon's here as well, and I think we'll see the best of her from there.
Yeah, definitely.
83.
Yeah, I did mention on Monday, Fallon taught me how to use Instagram back at one of the England World Cup weeks that we were away. It was either Insta or Snapchat, and yeah, I still can't use it, so I need to.
135.
I need to have another tutorial on that one. I'm a bit of a techno
59.
doodah. I'm not very good
Mario
with
require
technology.
140.
Never used a PlayStation, me. I wouldn't even know how to switch one on.
Well, you should have seen me turning these tellies on this morning, but Mario Rob certainly knows how to do a big finish. That's unlucky. 65 left. You could look at the 25 segment.
100. Fallon, you
Much
require
better start
100.
from Mario Rob because he has started incredibly slow both days. I expected a big win for Fallon in this one. And Mario, like you said, he's usually good on the
52.
doubles. But this
Mario
time,
required
it's the
40.
pressure of leading 3-1.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Yeah, if we did
Mario
have Fallon
Rob.
Cam on there, I think she was pulling a funny face towards the wall as she was drinking there. I don't think she was that
5th leg,
impressed.
it's Mario to throw first. Game on.
We're looking at averages, and this is probably one of her lowest averages of the week so far, if not the lowest. It's
44.
not often you see her in the 70s.
Of course, you'll be practicing now with a partner, Cameron Menzies, as well.
100.
So, and I think Cameron's played. I was watching him at the Pro Tour this week, and he had some horrible draws, did Cameron? Yet he was beating a lot of them good players he was playing in the first round. So
100.
there's no better practice partner there, but it's a bit like a boxer sparring, I think. Scott, the more you
95.
can get these legs in the bank, irrespective of where you win and lose and playing well, you can then go away and think, I need to work on this, that, and the other.
Yeah, you mentioned practice partners. We've obviously seen a resurgence from Gary
60.
Anderson lately, and the rumours are he's been practicing with Ryan Searle.
$96.
I mean, I know I'm a geek. I know I don't shut up about, but I just went at the Pro Tour just to see him and the balance, the throw. Scott, he was as good as ever.
60.
Yeah, change of equipment, slight change of equipment. Sometimes gives you a little G up, doesn't it? When you change equipment, it gives you a little bit of impetus of wanting to do more and work the dart out. And
40.
yeah, he's definitely got his pump back. There's no two ways about it.
$100. Fallon, you require 170.
The headline act will always be Fallon, but we've sat here for a couple of days and seen the trials and tribulations for poor Mario. It's been a difficult week.
56.
And to see him have a good
Mario
day today,
require
there's certainly no complaints
137.
from me. And this would be a special way to do it. Like I said, he's had a 1.67 finish. He's had a 1.06 and a 1.16. Can't do the 1.37 here, but a treble 20 here would set it up nicely.
57.
Puts pressure on this
114.
1.14 for Fallon.
Tops again for Fallon.
Game shot
right
the
in the
5th leg.
corner. If that was a
Fallon
penalty,
Sherrock.
you'd be at the best penalty you've ever seen.
That was a Harry Kane one. I think she's down to smile there. Look at her.
6th leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Fallon on happy cam there.
96.
Yeah, I've had a couple of days in Portsmouth and I decided to have a bit of me time. I've watched the Beckham documentary speaking about penalties. Well worth a watch, Scott.
77.
Yeah, another iconic figure of international football and not just Man United. He was
96.
he was loved by England fans too. I think I remember the game at Old Trafford where he scored the free kick in the last
Against
9
Greece.
seconds, of the game
41.
against Greece. It was actually I was best man at my friend's wedding, and we were in a break between the reception and the evening do, and managed to get my eyes on the last 20 minutes of the game. And
99.
just wow, the whole place was rocking.
Yeah, the special goals that you do remember. I remember when Middlesbrough went 1-0 down after 12 seconds at an FA Cup final.
60.
I was just getting me half a shandy sitting down and we were 1-0 down. Di Matteo, I think his name was, who scored for Chelsea.
Yeah, Robert.
140.
Yeah, he went on to be the manager, didn't he? But yeah. Yeah, that was 97. I
35.
think I was
Only
at
required
Wembley in
70.
97 for the auto windscreen shield with Bournemouth and Grimsby.
For 3-3.
38.
Yeah, it was when they were testing the golden goal and Grimsby scored a goal and that was the end of the game. It was like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, it didn't last long, did it? Well, this game's certainly gone the distance, that's for sure.
59.
Alan Sherrock is a dart away from 3-3. Surely the perfect marker. Maybe too good.
No score.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Glenn. That was just two perfectly thrown darts. Millimetres away. But with Mario back on 229.
59. Alan
Sherrock will be back.
32. 24. Mario, you require 170.
Well, I've seen some strange legs this week. We've seen some crazy games, one of the craziest games I've ever seen yesterday. And that would have been somewhere to do it for Mario.
60.
Fallon is now
Fallon,
on
you
that
require
side of the
8.
board, which she likes. She loves double 18, so with double 4 next door. You'd expect
Game's
it to
on
go
the
into us
6th
3-3. We're going
Fallon
all the way.
Sherrock.
Mario will have the dart. He started very nicely in this match.
7th and
And
final
boy, does
against
he need a
Mario to throw
140 to
first.
start here.
Game on.
It's now or never for these two.
100. $100.
3-3, 4-0-1 apiece. This match is right in the balance. And good on Mario. Like I said, he's had a tough week, hasn't he, Scott? And just to see him demonstrate some of his
70.
qualities. Like I said, it's not like his head's gone right down. But Fallon just seems to be getting motivated. She just seems to be showing a bit of interest now.
100.
Bit more pace in that throw there. Is she about to see out this game, or can Mario find that treble again?
But Mario's gone back to being totally the opposite and throwing slowly again. And he's not throwing
40.
with the pace, and now he's not got the rhythm. And he did it in the last throw. He hit the 60 lovely with a quick throw and then tried to slow it a little and hit 2 5s. And it seems to be his Achilles heel. And for me, I'd just
47.
keep winding him up. I would keep keeping him going quicker.
You've been working with me too long now, Scott. You're getting to be a geek. Great spot. Good analysis. Once again, just sped up a little bit there.
100.
And you just feel that's what he needs to do. When he gets to that nitty-gritty, he just seems to concentrate a bit too much. And as Scott alludes to, just slows down a touch.
100.
You've got to keep it natural. If you're naturally a slow player, don't try and throw quick. And if you're naturally a quick player, don't try and slow down. It's when you put your toe to the hockey, everything has to stay the same.
97. Panini record 154.
94 after 15-2 data. Fallon can't finish, but she can set it up nicely.
96.
She
Mario
loses 2
require
data.
94.
Options here for Mario. Does he go the bull? Does he go treble 18? That's a cracking dart.
54. Fallon require 58.
Got a little excited, didn't he, really?
For the match.
38. Mario, you require
What
4.
are
Slaps
you
it off,
doing?
Scott,
Yeah,
yeah.
What are you doing is what she said there. And we were asking ourselves the same question, Fallon.
It's been a tough week for Mario Robb, and
match.
fair play to him there.
Mario
Fallon was a
Robb.
big favourite going into that opening game. She wasn't herself magnanimous as she always is in defeat there, but fair play to Mario Robb. Like I said, maybe that's just the moment, that spark, that catalyst. Yes, the averages aren't to write home about, but it's a win for him. It's 2 points under the belt. Good start to the day for Super Mario. As we move on to the next game, it's Martin Adams against Stefan Schroer.
Welcome back after a marathon match to start today's proceedings, which saw Mario Robb get just his second win of the week when he beat Fallon Sherrock. Now attention turned to the rest of the chasing pack, including Wolfie, still in the hunt, and Stefan Schroer, who's won his last 4 fixtures. But if Adams gets a victory here, he'll move on to 12 points along with Sherrock and Schroer. And David Evans would have a massive opportunity to pull 8 points clear of the field in his next game. Adams, 3 times champion of the world, about to take on his Dutch opponent. And talking you through it is Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. That's Stefan Schroer in your picture there. First time for me to see him really up close and personal. I've been really impressed. A very personable guy, very understated, wants to talk about his games, wants to chat about his throw, and that he's really enjoying and embracing the competition this week. He's learning on the job, and he's had some real highs and some real lows. Very elegant throws with real panache. It's been a real tight affair with Martin Adams so far in the head-to-head. They both won 1 apiece. And like I said, Stefan's on the back of 4 wins. But surely now Martin's got his lucky shirt on. Because apparently it's 5 o'clock in Jakarta in Japan right now, Scott.
It probably is, Glenn. I thought maybe he's got his bags packed and he's jumping on one of those cruises out of the terminal here, just opposite, not too far from where we are, about half a mile away.
First leg, it's Martin to
close to
throw
the water
first.
here in
Game
Portsmouth.
on.
It's 5 o'clock in... Oh, I think I'll get a different one. Can't read that. On South Korea. It's 5 o'clock in Yashiro in Japan right now.
Yeah, but which 5 o'clock? In the
100.
afternoon or in the morning? I think it's the afternoon because they're ahead. I know about Japanese time these days. I have to.
60.
We'll have no more talk about dart manufacturers, Scott, in here. How do you assess Martin's week? Like I said, it's he'll always be jovial,
100.
he'll always be smiling, but you don't become a world 3-time on the bounce world master, a 3-time Lakeside world champion as well, without having that competitive spirit. That never loses.
55.
And sometimes I think that jovial smile that he does is also hiding a little bit of frustration. How do you assess the week?
Yeah, like I say, I think for me it's just good to see him back playing again at the moment. And
100.
you know, he's like I say, he started really slow in those first 2 games, and we watched that most amazing, crazy game
60.
that probably either of us have ever watched in our lives. And at 3-0 down, there was no way in the world I was even going to bet a Murray mint on him. And all of a sudden, he got himself back to 4-3. You know, I think he's enjoying himself is, I think, the way to look at it.
100.
And a happy Martin is always a Martin that will always sort of turn up and play well. So it's good to see him smiling.
100.
Yeah, he's won the award for the best shirt this week.
101.
Once again, last time I was at the MODUS Super Series. I had the pleasure of commentating on Martin, which is always a joy. Treble 19 will be his shot for double 12. For what I always call the perfect game. Ton,
Game shot in the
101
first leg.
finish.
Martin Adams.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. But then in the modern game, we then decided that
Second leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
105, ton 105 and 96 in 2 with 14 data and better than a 15. So that's kind of become the standard one now.
60.
Not in the world of Martin Adams, because one thing you'll see today and the rest of the week, he is so traditional the way he goes. Sometimes get a little frustrated when he doesn't use the board like he can do, but that was an ideal way to start. 15 data, settles the nerves. He's finding the treble 20. Martin Adams has come to the party. It's Coco Cabana.
Yeah. That's the only thing you'll find
83.
traditional with Martin is his play. Obviously, his shirts aren't quite traditional, unless you're a Wayne Mardle, I suppose.
One thing that doesn't change, though, as much as a beautiful that shirt is, I loved it last time, he's one of the few where he still wears the badges, the stickers, you know, the badge, the heavy one with the pin at the back of it. A lot of the players now have it, you know, the sponsors printed on them. So he'll have his case, dart case on his belt, and he's got that
They are. You realise they are actually held on with magnets.
81.
They're like a metal. They're like a metal backed badge.
You
And
assumed
underneath,
it was,
he has magnets, so he can just take the magnets off and put them on whatever shirt, and it's the same set of badges all the time.
96.
It's yeah. I did actually question him. I said it's just as well he hasn't got a pacemaker. I was saying to him in the players' room just now, because if he had a pacemaker, or if he goes by a microwave, he causes all sorts of problems with those magnetic badges.
Well, he'd like to ping a double here to get through this game, but Stefan Schroer just seems to be enjoying things. As I left the venue yesterday, just grabbed hold of me and said, I'm really enjoying this experience, Glenn, but there's more still to come. But I think he was pleased with the 12-point return after 2 days.
Yeah, I think we both agreed with that yesterday. He had 4 out of 5 yesterday. Got a little lucky on 1 or 2, but
40.
yeah, we both felt that he's got the throw, he's got the action, and yeah, we know that there's much more to come from him. And this is not the last time we'll be hearing of Stefan. This is just the first time, and the first time the world will be seeing him.
And I'll just explain what he was thinking about there, because traditional, as he looks at double 18, he's got a 79 finish there. When your opponent's on a finish, you will go the 19s route. But he had the luxury there of going for the treble 13 because Martin wasn't on a finish there. So it wasn't a doubt. He just wanted to make sure, assess the situation. Second best was to leave a favour double.
Stefan, you require 36.
And he check out this double 18 for 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg. Stefan Schroer.
With the way that everybody changes the direction they go for that 79, I wonder why people don't go
Martin
51.
First. Game on.
And leave the 28. It's not a route I've ever seen people go.
No, and double 14 has become a bit of a route for many players to go now, isn't it? I mean, started a lot by Mensa Sulovic, but it's in that area of the board that you like, that's just above centre. Yeah.
And the double sevens next to double 16. It's I don't know why people aren't heading that route.
100.
Maybe that's something I'll have to start practicing. Be different.
Trendsetter Mitchell.
$13.
Yeah, Martin just flexing his elbow
60.
there. I've said a couple of times this week, it's tough, this group here. You're playing 15 games over 3 days, then it all starts again, whether it's Group B or Group C tomorrow. A lot of the players really want to finish second or third if they can't top the group.
26.
Because for 2 reasons. You're playing on a night, you're more natural playing a little bit later. It's fairly tough playing early doors on the afternoon on a Thursday, I guess. And obviously then you've got the ratio 3 from 5 qualifying from Group B rather than 2 from 6 of Group C. So very much an awful lot still to play for today. If they can't finish top, which looks like it's going to be David Evans, especially after Fallon lost that first game there, then second or third will be second best.
100.
Well, yeah, Schroeder's probably the next one that can mathematically catch Evans, and he'd have to go 5 out of 5, and that would include this one here with Adams, and he'd have to have some 4-0s in his favour and be praying that 1 or 2 turnover Dave Evans. Well, it'd have to be more than 2. It'd have to be 3 turn him over, and you just can't see that happening.
77. Stefan Ibrahimovic, 114.
Doesn't seem to be happening for Martin at this moment. It was a beautiful start to the day with that first leg, but Stefan's beginning to take control. And that would have been for his highest finish of the week. 106 has been his only 100-plus check out there, but he's left himself in a fantastic position to break the throw of Wolfie.
Yeah, he's been 106 is his highest, 55. But he's had the 92s, the 78s, the 85s, 88 on the ball, I think was his first one at Monday. So he's pretty prolific when he gets down there.
Game shot on the third leg. Stefan Schroer.
Like I said, I know darts. When he gets down there, he gets out.
Yeah, and it's a tricky one, double 5 as well. For some
Well,
reason, it
it's
just
Stefan
feels like
Tetzrow
you
first.
feel better when
Game
that
on.
double goes in because you can go into the realms of getting very tricky if you hit the big number there. So you'll be happy and you'd be happy with that return to start. 99, always acceptable. One treble a go. Make your opponent hit 2 trebles. Or in the case of Wolfie, who has hit the most 180s this week.
180.
That's his 16th of this week, by far the most. In fact, only Fallon is in double figures, and the rest, Fallon's on 11 overnight going into
48.
a games. And that's the first 180 of the day today.
$41.
Have you commentated on a 180 yet, Scott? On a 180, on a 9 darter yet?
Yeah, didn't I do it here with you? Did we do Pilgrim?
44.
I think we did Daryl Pilgrims, didn't we? I did.
Of course, I knew that. You know, I mean,
I'm sure it was you and I. We'll have to look. We'll have to let our statistician
90.
sort that. Was that? I'm not sure. We'll be on YouTube in the break now.
You can tell there's 2 seniors now, can't you, in the comms box whose memories aren't as good as they should be.
60.
We're just yeah, very clever, you and I. Once you get past 50, you can't remember what you've commentated on and what you have.
I think one of my favourite moments of the MODUS Super Series is Martin's looking good to get this back to 2-2.
100.
Is when I met one of the players, Jeffrey Bakema, I think it was, who came and I said, "Oh, it's really nice to meet you. I've been reading up about you and do." He said, "Well, Glenn, we have met before. You played me in the
100.
Belgium Open about 2 years ago."
90.
Like I said, Martin's very brief. He does like to start with a bull on 90. I was about to say so good around that centre of the board. For the bull.
65. Stephen, you require 150.
Yeah, I had a similar thing with Luke Littler. I met him here and I said, "Oh, it's lovely to finally meet you and have a good chat with you," and everything. "Oh, yeah, lovely, Scott." And then like 10 minutes later, he sent me a picture of me and him when he was about 11.
29. Martin, you require 25.
988. I wonder how many times Martin's done this over the years. And usually, he pings it.
17.
It would have been in big
Stephen, you
games,
require
and big
121.
matches too.
$97. Martin, you require 8.
So a nice tidy up there from Schroer. Adams back at
Game shot
double
the
4, and he does. He levels
Martin
the game up at
Adams.
2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. $43.
Yeah, it's been one of them groups where we haven't seen an awful lot of 4-3s, but you just sense it's going to be one of those tight days, don't you?
57.
Well, if we look at the last couple of days, they're all averaging, the top 4 are all averaging a much of a muchness, isn't it? So it bodes that could be the way today.
180.
2 things I've learned this week. Martin Adams knows where the 180s are, and Mario Robb knows where the doubles are. That's definitely been the strength of them 2 players. And that's what you call a response.
180.
We were close to our 3,000th 180 for the series yesterday. I think we might have gone by it today.
$135. $41. Martin, you require 143.
Double 16 for Adams for a big shot.
111.
Schroer back on 2-2-3. He is just going to try and set this up.
99. Martin, you require 32.
For the best leg of the match so far. Miles off, he says.
Miles off indeed, Martin.
28. Stephen, you require 124.
Flight was shaking like a leaf there, but never worry that with Wolfie, that has been the same for 40 years as he's played. Treble 18. Can't be done. Martin Adams will be back.
92. Martin, you require 4.
Has to go now, Martin.
No score. Stephen, you require 32. Game shot on the 5th leg.
And how many times have we seen that this week? Second best throughout. He tries to apologise there at the Martin, but no eye contact.
6th leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Schroer now with that ton, having robbed Adams a little.
Stefan Schroer is on
39.
4-win streak at the moment, but 3 of those wins he had averages in the late 70s. And very similar to this game here, he's not having to do an awful lot to beat Martin right now because of those missed starts at a double.
57.
He's well in control of this leg. He's now over 120 points ahead.
We know he wasn't overly happy with his game yesterday when I noticed that he changed his darts for the first 2 games yesterday and he still didn't feel comfortable with them. It was just a new set of what he's using now. So not a change of sort of barrel or anything silly that's different to what he's using. Just something with a little bit more grip. And I think he found them a little bit more over grippy and went back to his originals and started to string those wins along. So it was obviously, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he needs to do to help him win. But yeah.
Yeah, there's a top elite dart player who actually gives darts, brand
60.
new darts, to the friends so they can wear them in for a few weeks, a month, just to take away that initial grippiness of the dart. And I think that's what Stefan was saying. There was just a little bit too much grip on the actual barrel.
59.
Just need wearing in a little bit.
Yeah, in my early days, I used to do that because I didn't like them new, and I found it very difficult. 1, as I got older, to remember who I'd given the darts to, and 2, they generally don't want to give them back when they're a set of your own match-used darts.
Well, in Middlesbrough, I gave my sets out. They were melted down, and that was it, done and dusted. Looking good here, Stefan.
140.
Especially after he leaves a 2-darter. Sprinting to the winning line.
So what you're saying, there's a few wrought iron gates with tungsten amongst them in Middlesbrough, are there?
60.
Yes, we've got the best gates in
Stephen,
the world.
you
We
require
have.
100.
For Stefan, 100 points. He'll start with treble 20, of course. Now it's the option. What does he do? Double-double? I think that was just a bit of anything. He's
60.
just sort of laid there up. He'd be back for tops, he would think, because 161 would be a belter.
It was a half-hearted safe go at it, wasn't it?
Yeah,
27.
no commentary needed there. Just
Stephen, you require
the
40.
mannerisms there. As he walks back, tells you how we felt about them 3 darts. And Stefan Schroer, double 10 for the match.
20. Martin, you require 134.
Double 10 at 4 o'clock, that was. Not 5 o'clock somewhere. It was 4 o'clock. So Adams isn't going out this time. He'll go across to the 18s now and try and leave a certain amount of pressure. But Schroer now,
required
4 o'clock, double 10.
He's been here before. And he's
Game
absolutely
shot
there
on the
again. It's a
match.
4-2 victory for Stefan Schroer in the end. It was a tale of missed opportunities once again for Martin Adams, who's probably wishing it was 5 o'clock so he can get his strawberry daiquiri out. But for Stefan Schroer, he's absolutely delighted. He's 5 wins on the spin now for the Dutchman. It didn't have to be spectacular there, but it's a winning start for the Dutchman to join his fellow opponent Mario Robb, who won his first game today. As we next up is the top of the table, David Evans. He could put a mighty, mighty dent in victory for Group A. He plays Michael Huntley next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where David Evans is looking to stretch his lead even further at the top of the table. He currently finds himself 4 points clear of Stefan Schroer after that victory for the Dutchman before the break against Martin Adams, but can restore that 6-point cushion if he can defeat Mike Huntley. Here, the Welshman goes up against the Englishman, and in commentary, it is Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. David Evans has been looking fantastic, but the man in your picture there, Mike Huntley, he's just been a little bit inconsistent. I've caught up with him a couple of times this week, and he's been really disappointed because I think he had high expectations when he arrived. But this guy, David Evans, 33-year-old from Preston, has just done what he needed to do. David Evans, I can tell you, still got another 2 gears to go yet, which he will need on Saturday night if and when he makes it, because his game is very much there, but he's only needed around about the 85 to 90 mark to win 9 out of his 10 games so far. But for Mike Huntley sort of feast or famine from
70.
sublime to ridiculous at times for Michael Huntley. Pretty much typified in them 3 darts there. 2 lateral drifts into the 5 and the last one into the treble 20. But he has the game
59.
to put the pressure on David.
Yeah, good assumption there. And I think when the two played each other on Monday, and it was only 4-3. Was the difference between the two, and that was one of Dave's better
60.
games this week, with just shy of 90. As you say, he's just been consistent, very, very consistent, and that's been the secret to his game. But like you
57.
say, he's going to have to find another gear or two. You think, although he's come through this group, or looking to come through this group, you would think that he's got to find a couple of gears on Saturday night with the clientele who is going to be in
100.
there alongside him.
Well, I really like the throw of Michael Huntley there. It's very seamless this time. It's been a little bit jumpy and erratic, as if he's not actually following through with the dart.
42.
But he seems a lot more relaxed. And them last 3 darts he threw were exactly why he's playing so well. And that is a much better relaxed throw than it has been over the past 2 days.
81.
It's that jumpy dart he had with the last one, as if he's not following through. It's as if you go to release the dart and you have that fear that something's not right and you pull away
96.
from it.
Yeah, you poke at it, don't you? That's what's happening. But he's a different player. Once he gets that first dart high of the treble 20, it's his Achilles
45.
heel. It's right underneath the treble 20, and then that causes you a problem. Then you've got to move from where you're feeling good on the oche, and again, that changes, 1, the angle, 2, the
83.
distance,
Michael,
and then you're
145.
in the lap of the gods a little if you don't practice doing that at home a lot. I used to practice from different sides of the board to do varying things and put a dart in the board and try and throw the other 2 past it. And you see lots of players trying to loop one over the
79.
top and everything. You can't just try that in a match. You've got to be trying that at home at different times.
Yeah, we saw David do that a couple of
56.
times. He used that bullseye to go
requires
back to the 20
66.
to at least leave 100. But it's advantage Huntley. He should look at treble 10 for double 16.
50. David, you require 108.
As good as David Evans has been this week, it's only the 1 finish over 100, and that's awkward now. That's the only problem with going the 19s route. Can't find it. Huntley will be back.
92. Michael, you require 16. No score.
So not to
David,
be
you require 16.
try to take the beans off a little and try to make sure, and it wasn't to be there. Evans, is he going to snatch it? You can see how far across he is. If he goes any further
No
out, he'll have to
score.
pay the £2 booking
Michael, you
fee to
require
get back
16.
in.
It's a good job he's 7'8", Scott.
A bit of a stretch to throw one from there, wasn't it?
Well,
David, you
every
require
player's
16.
played 1 match so far, and none of them look really comfortable at all. David Evans will be shocked to be thinking to come back after 24 darts.
No score. Michael, you require 2.
One of those legs, Scott, where you just want to forget. Both of them are shaking their head there.
And you just want the other to get out, get the leg over so that you can get back into the scoring zone and trying to get the game sorted.
No score. David, you require 16.
I'll put my reputation on he gets it here. Oh, that's there again. That's tricky. Thanks, David. I mean, that's nigh and impossible now. And he is thrown there
No
from
score.
9-10 foot.
Michael, you require 2.
Sniper's nightmare he was there, moving all over the place.
Game shot in the first leg. Michael Huntley.
Everybody's having a chuckle up there except Owen Binks. he's
Second
he's
against
thinking,
David to
wow.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, once again, one thing that has been noticed with our excellent referees. Owen Binks now one of the very best in the business. Joined with Charlie Costafine this week. And
140.
there he is. Always a sign of a good referee when you never really hear, see them type thing, and they just don't make mistakes, do they?
No, he doesn't.
60.
Every time I see Owen Binks, it reminds me of Millhouse out of Simpsons.
60.
Yeah, I once told Paul Nicholson, I don't watch The Simpsons.
I'll just give him a bit of blue hair at Christmas, you know, like people do. No, he's
38.
good lad, great fun, and a superb referee, as you say.
Well, if you do join us for the first time this week, that man in your picture there
45.
has played 10 and won 9. None of us expected him to have a problem today. I think he's comfortably dealt with Michael Huntley over the past 2 days.
140.
Comfortably dealt with his next opponent, Mario Robb. But he is playing his D- game at the moment. And finally, he finds that treble 20
140.
bed.
You do get to a point in games, Glenn, sometimes where you just get fed up with playing rubbish, don't you? And you just relax a little, and then back
99.
it comes out of
David,
nowhere, and you can't work out
116.
how, why, or when.
Try 18 months, mate. 116 here. This would be the same as his highest finish that he's had this week. A route he
96.
likes to go.
I'll
He
do
leaves double 10.
164.
But it's going to take something special here from Michael Huntley. The game needs something special.
$96. David, you required 20. Game shot on the second
By
there.
hook or by
David
crook, he gets there in
Evans.
the end. And probably what he's thinking, both players are thinking, why am I playing so bad? I've prepared well. I've come in
So
like
it's
a
Michael
digest
to throw
today.
first.
I've
Game
practiced
on.
areas where I was a little bit weak yesterday. And I can't hit anything. And then the panic in your body sets in a little bit. And you can just see a little bit of body movement there from
95.
Michael Hunt. It's not the nicest of feeling when you're up there and you're not playing well. You've just got to somehow find it at some time.
60.
It's like they both caught the bug off of Martin Adams yesterday. I mean, we saw him have a day yesterday where doubles were not his friend. They were definitely his enemy yesterday, and he
100.
commented how we'd never seen him miss so many darts at a double.
It'd be interesting to ask the question if David does get through. I mean, it's fantastic to win Group A, but he hasn't been spectacular, has he? He's just
99.
been the most consistent player. I think today I felt, just sort of sat here in preparation of the morning's play, that he'll want to put a big 9,500
58.
average in just to let even the Group B, Group C players who will be watching.
Now, I'm wondering whether he'll head back home if he gets through this Group A. And
93.
I don't know exactly how far it is from here for him to go home. Good 4 hours, I presume, by car, and have a couple of days rest back at home and come back on Saturday. I don't know.
81.
Don't know how he would do it.
Yeah, we're seeing so many players sit in hotels and come Saturday night and say they've just been too lazy. So I think he'll stay in the area, but I think
96.
knowing
Well,
Dave,
we
he'll probably
require
find somewhere to
167.
just go and have a throw somewhere. He'll want to forget this game quickly, that's for sure.
I know for the
45.
ADC qualifiers
David, you
from
require 153.
overseas, they won't really have any choice today. They've got to stay around, but some have found sort of local establishments with dartboards and
81.
had it in there for a
Well, we
couple of
require
hours practice.
122.
Treble
the days
18 to
off.
start.
$42. David, it requires 72.
He'll stay there for a dart as beloved tops. This time just composes himself.
52.
Has been going low on that
Michael, you
top spot
require
this week.
80.
Yeah, it's been his favoured route, that's for sure. He's a straight up and down thrower. When you then get to tens
60.
isn't a problem for him, is it?
David required 20.
It's just getting the line right, the up and down. Doesn't matter whether you hit it in the bottom or the top corner. If you're an up and down thrower, tens is a good double for you.
On the third leg.
And there we go.
David Evans.
Yeah, and if you saw real slow-mo, that dart going in, it just kissed off that first dart. Just caressed that first dart and then went into double 10. And
Game on.
can he kickstart his campaign right now? Because I'm just looking at the in-play table now. I mean, you feel he's moments away from automatic qualification.
99.
A couple of wins under his belt, and something cataclysmic must happen in his game for him not to qualify. But job well done so far for him. However, he won't be too
55.
over the moon regarding this performance.
No, and I would advise him not to reflect on the performance, but rather reflect on the result. If he comes through this, and,
140.
it's part of the job done to get and complete the Group A tabletop and win, which he would have set out for on Monday morning.
140.
I mean, there's some players out there that's just born winners. He'd be thinking, I want to get to 28 points. 28 points out of 30.
34.
Would equal the best ever?
Did Luke Littler do that at the group stages of Group A? Was that Luke Littler that did that, I think, a couple of weeks back?
128.
Didn't make it through the Saturday night, but he had a massive Group A, if I remember rightly.
88.
You can just see the frustration there. But by far the best leg of the match so far. He likes double 10, doesn't he?
He did till you mentioned it.
No score.
I have a habit of doing that. 31 darts at a double between them so far. Only 3 hit.
58. David, you require 40.
A sensible burst of score there, because Huntley couldn't get out and go back to a preferred route and where you'd like to go.
Leg. David Evans.
Prevailed for Dave Evans again.
Yeah, 3 legs won.
5th leg, it's
3
Michael
legs
to
hit
throw
on double
first.
10 for David Evans.
Game on.
He'd be happy he's 3-1 up. But the performance has been substandard from both.
$43.
Could this be a trend for the day, Scott? Because when you've got a leader so far ahead, when you're walking on a venue on a Monday or
44.
maybe the start of a Group A, Group C, Group B campaign, everybody's on 0. Do you get that feeling when you're going that? Michael Huntley probably realised he's going to be in Group
41.
C now. That a lot of the motivation's gone.
I would imagine so. I've never played in Group A, so I've only done
57.
B and C, and with those, obviously, it's only 2 days, and you're always in with a shout right to the last couple of games. So I hope to find out one day what that feels like. I'd love
60.
to do a Group A. Just watch your space. It may already be in the bag that I'll be doing a Group A.
28. $99. $83.
Was it just about the 2 points, Scott, for David Evans? Or do you think he'd be frustrated at the performance he's put in here? You have to feel for Michael. He's a great guy, Michael Huntley. And like I said, he come to this competition, Scott, in good form.
Yeah, very much so. And I think for Dave Evans, my line of thought today would be I would like to have seen him come in and absolutely blow everybody out of the water today and put a marker down of what he can do. He's under no real pressure to qualify. It looks
47.
like we say, it would be a major disaster if he didn't qualify. So he shouldn't be under any pressure whatsoever. He should be out there absolutely pumping it and giving his best game. So yes, I think he will be disappointed.
25.
And maybe he'll be that player once he's got a couple of points in the bag, you know, and it's all done, dusted and sealed. I think you'll see a more relaxed David Evans.
140. Michael, you're requiring 52. Game shot on the 5th leg. Michael Huntley.
And from absolutely nowhere, Michael Huntley is back in this game. It's still only 3-2. Important times, I guess, for David Evans now, because this leg he will have the darts. He's got to treat this like a one-leg local league game. Just find a zone where he's really happy and get his concentration levels reeled back up. There seems a lot more purpose and determination in those 3 darts.
43. 97. 96.
Is it a case really that first leg they both really struggled to hit that double and they haven't really got over that, have they?
I think we're in a culture now where
140.
not only do you want to win a game of darts, but you want to win a game of darts where everyone's looking at averages. And like I said, it was a word I used sort of yesterday. You get a little bit embarrassed with your performance.
83. David, you've got
one of the days where you win a leg, you shake hands, and now with this, you're winning a match. And you want a big average, but his set-up play here is looking good for the victory. And I totally agree with something you've just said. I think we'll see the best of David Evans in his next couple of games.
Yeah, you're right. It is a culture. If you go to any county event now, you go to any Pro Tour event, you watch it on PDC TV or this.
But he gets there in the end, clinical.
David Evans.
But overall, it wasn't the best of performances, but he does move to 20 points. He's looking good for Group A victory. For Michael Huntley, that was a tough match. He's got to go back and really get them concentrational levels back. But David Evans is the victor. Nothing to write home on the numbers there, but it's all about the 2 points. As next up, it's a big clash. It's Fallon Sherrock against Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen the first 3 fixtures of the final day of Group A. Mario Robb getting a rare win this week, just his second 4-3 over Fallon Sherrock. Stefan Schroer making it 5 on the spin when he beat Martin Adams, and then David Evans carrying on his fantastic campaign in this group. Just lost 1 match so far, a 4-2 victory for him against Mike Huntley. Fallon Sherrock against Martin Adams coming next. In terms of the group table, it means that David Evans has indeed restored that 6-point lead at the top from Stefan Schroer, now his closest competitor. Sherrock looking to make it through to Group B, as is Martin Adams. This is a really significant game in that race. Sherrock can put a gap between herself and Wolfie, but if Wolfie wins, then they will be all square. So I'll hand you back to our comms team. It's Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, totally agree. I think it's a very, very big game in the sense of this Group B. Stefan Schroer's really looking good. He's got himself to 14 points and probably has his eyes on Group B, because it was great to hear Stefan Schroer talking yesterday saying he wants to be in Group B. Because myself and my co-commentator Scott Mitchell were chatting yesterday saying, if I was in this position, I think I would rather finish 4th and go to Group C, where I believe it's weaker than the potential Group B. But Scott Mitchell totally disagreed with that, and he said, no, I really like what Stefan said there. He's here for a reason. He's enjoying the experience of being at the MODUS Super Series, and he wants to play the Robert Thorntons of this world. He wants to test himself against Steve West. He wants to play against them better players. And I said fair play to him.
Yeah, definitely. And I like I say, you know, the ADC movement in Europe is moving for him, and he's going to be taking part in more of those ADC events, and we're going to see him here more and more, I think.
And I always think the MODUS Super Series just the 180s. 17. Not 18 180s from Martin Adams this week. Just way ahead of everybody else in that statistic. But one player who I'm really looking forward to see, well, there's a couple actually starting from tomorrow. People who've got that absolute A game.
85.
And I think Dan Lowby fits that category very, very nicely, I think. And he's ideal for a Saturday night where he can just go in this explosiveness that he has in his game. What 93. Dan Lowby's of this world need to do is to try and learn how to win ugly. Try to win with the old Group B game, which when you see someone as pacey as him. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. But for me, someone I'm looking forward to seeing also, Scott, this week is a potential winner, Justin Hood. Happy feet.
Yeah, definitely. He's down in the southwest with us, and yeah, one of the top players and a nice guy as well. Oh yeah.
84. Martin, you require 111.
Nelson. He should stay there for treble 20 double 18. Can't be done.
89.
Advantage Sherrock.
That's
a strange
60.
one with the last one, Martin.
Game shot in the first leg.
How many times did she do that 60 finish like that? Yesterday, I thought she would have moved again. Earlier on today, she threw a dart where she penetrated right the 2 flights of the first 2 darts. And that one, ba-bump, as we say in the northeast, pop.
I think her parabolic arc of the throw allows her not to have to move, because I don't think she throws quite as hard as, say, some of the men. So it's more of an arc, so that one doesn't come into the equation. As it passes over that flight, it's at a higher level on its trajectory to the top. So I think that would be the reason why. But all the time she does it, it looks very impressive to sit here and watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you see on the point of release, the point of a dart is virtually looking at the ceiling.
60.
So she really does give it that height when she throws a dart. Very elegant.
I like the little Bristow finger as well on the throw as she pulls it back, as she draws it back, and then it tucks in when she releases.
Yeah, we've talked an awful lot over the past 2 days, so apologies if we do repeat ourselves, but we have talked an awful lot about the pressures that Fallon's been on ever since that winning dart against Ted Everts, smashing the glass ceiling against Mensa Sulovic, etc. And what followed after that. And, you know, she became a huge personality in the world of women's darts, women's sport. And we were just saying how incredibly well she's handled
45.
it. You'll get the highs, you'll get the people who really love you. You'll get the really difficult people where you'll get the haters. But if you just see just that little arc, as Scott alluded to there, that point as she's about to throw the dart, and then she gives it that real...
We've been around her in the times where she was just after so many followers on Twitter and she wanted the blue tick, and that was, if she managed to get the blue tick on Twitter, that would have made her life, well, wow. She's gone way past that now, and she must be in a situation where she thinks, well, it can't get any better than this, and then something else happens. It can't get any better than this, and then an MBE comes along, and it, you know, fair play to her. I think it's just fantastic for her, but the other side to that is she then got to handle the pressure of the attention, and she does it admirably. She really does.
170.
And that's where it's important to have the good people around you. It's not all about being an individual. It's an individual when you're up there in the hockey.
60. Martin, you require 111.
Team people. Well, he wanted the Nelson in the first one. He had treble 5 with the first start last time. This time he's going to go very traditional treble 17. Not to be. Fallon Sherrock will be back on 110.
79. Fallon, you require 110.
That was a big old lurch and threw everything at it there, but it went to the... God, Fallon is now double 18, her favourite.
Game shot.
And that's why it's her favourite. Super shot from Fallon Sherrock. Adams sat there waiting to go.
Well, it's Fallon to throw first.
Fallon pokes the 110. And she now has the throw.
Yeah, it was Martin Adams who won this battle on Monday.
100.
Fallon got a revenge yesterday and put herself in a good position here. I'm sure there's a lot of respect between the two players. Like I said, they'll have represented England many times, and Martin, very much like Scott Mitchell, have seen
44.
How Fallon has matured over the years. But to see them playing against each other, that's another thing.
100.
Yeah, totally agree with all that, Glenn. Totally agree with that. Mange toot, my friend, mange toot.
Yes, there's been a lot of only fools and horses today, hasn't there?
All the fools are in the commentary box, though, mate. That's the problem. They pen them all up.
Martin will need to break Fallon. Why? I don't know, Martin. There is that lateral drift there into the 5, which has crept into your game.
And his position on the hockey is fairly sort of straight on, isn't it, as well? So it's not like he's throwing across the 20.
For me, it's the point. It's when he's let go, and it's timing. That late release, I always believe, is a reason that you go into a 5. It's as if you're meant to have let go and your brain's saying, hang on, the dart's still in your hand.
85.
On your sessions, do you explain to someone when you're coaching that wherever the point is going, that's where your dart is going to end? Basically, if you've ever tried it and you hold a dart at sort of 45 degrees in your hand and you throw it in a forward motion, that dart will head off to your left if you're right-handed. You can hold the dart in a 45-degree motion across towards the 18s and throw your hand straight.
66.
But the propulsion will still send that dart pointwards.
And we have the luxury of having some fantastic technology where I can show them in real slow-mo. As Fallon looks at tops.
Game shot in the third leg.
That's the second big finish from Fallon Sherrock. It was 110 in the second leg and 100 to boot there. Fallon Sherrock leads 3-0.
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
That's a 4th ton plus shot of the week. She had a nice 120 on the first day and 114 yesterday, and she's now added 110 and 100 to those. And the more, when you start hitting those ton plus shots,
42.
When you then approach the board and they're coming, you then start to have the confidence to go, I'm having this. You know, I've hit a couple today. I'm going to have this one as well. Yeah, and it changes your outlook.
People say it when you're on the Pro Tour. What's the biggest
40.
difference to when you were playing on the regular tour, when you're playing Super League or County? It's the fact that if you want to be a really successful player, when you have those 110s, it used to be a bit of a luxury where I can set you up.
99.
You know, then it's all of a sudden you have to hit them in the Pro Tour. Whereas if you're going to be successful in the sport, and like Fallon did in that 110, when you check one out, and then the next time you see 100, you feel like that positivity comes back. You feel like, well, I've just done this, and I fancy it again.
Yeah, absolutely right. Because 9 times out of 10, if you're going for 110, 114, 116, your opponent's down around the 80 mark, and he's getting 2 darts at it, and then having one definite at the double, and you know it's going. Even when if you haven't hit the 110 or whatever, you know it's going in the Pro Tours without doubt.
Yeah, I used to have a pretty regimental practice routine of 101 to 119 in 4 darts, not 3. Not 5 or 6, but I used to give myself 4 darts if I got checked out. So when I used to see that finish, it sort of becomes
60.
familiar, and I think that's what a lot of the elite players practice on. I believe most players can hit that treble 20 bed whenever they want to.
Fallon require 160.
So why religiously practice it as Fallon looks at 160? Well, we've seen 110.
100
Not to be this time.
122.
But yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with all of that. It has to be regular. It can't be something you're not usually doing.
Well, what is regular,
35.
Scott, is the fact that Fallon Sherrock does like a 60 finish. She uses that arc. She doesn't need to move. And it's a big 4-0 whitewash victory to Fallon Sherrock over the luckless Martin Adams there. They have a chat about the game, and Fallon there, 4-0. She just walks off as a mark of respect there to Martin as well, who just wasn't at the races, didn't even get a dart at the double there. It was a pretty much a demolition job there from Fallon Sherrock, and just the type of performance that you can do. And look at that stat on the checkout. 4 from 4, 100%, 110 checkout, 100 checkout. Superb performance from Fallon Sherrock. As next up, it's top of the table, David Evans against Mario Robb.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, all about finals night and all about Champions Week as well. Tickets are still available for the grand final of this series, so do heed the good advice of my colleagues and get yourself here. If not this Saturday, then next Saturday, the 4th of November, for the big finale. But who will be getting to finals night this week? Well, it looks like David Evans is edging ever closer to booking his ticket. A victory against Mario Robb here would put him right on the brink of securing that spot. And guiding you through it, it's Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Yeah, definitely is. It's all about Dave Evans, this one, and getting over a line. We mentioned it at the top of the show that he would be playing Mario, who's bottom of the group here. It would be your dream ask to be wanting to need those 2 points in the group to put yourself through.
David to throw first.
And be playing
Game
the bottom
on.
of the group. But Mario's been better this morning. He got his second win in the group, and that was over Fallon Sherrock as well. So that will give him some
60.
confidence. But Evans has the darts here in this one, and you would think that he would have in his head that that is exactly where he would want to be at this moment in time, and he would think that
35.
I can hold my own throw 4 times and win this one and get the 2 points needed.
180.
I know it's easy to say after the 180, but we did say in the previous game, I thought it was a really scrappy performance from David Evans, a real thinker of the situation
40.
performance from David Evans, and we just felt we might just begin to see the best. I think the shackles will be off soon. I think he'll have automatic qualification very, very soon.
57.
And he can just get out there and produce the darts he would like to see. And just a little reminder to the 6 players who are due to start their campaign tomorrow that, you know, he's dominated
60.
Group A and he's here for Saturday night to win it.
Yeah, he is, and positions of the
140.
players in the groups come Champions Week is all done on their averages through the week as they qualify. So those with the higher average go into Group A and have that extra chance.
84.
And we go
Only
down to
required
the guys
64.
who have had the lower average that qualify, end up in Group C.
$24.
Just overcompensated this time. He has been dipping low on that tops, but yeah, another great shout there, Scott. And give us a follow at MSS Darts, because you'll begin to see all the communication go out in relation to the groups next week.
140.
You can just
Everybody
feel the
requires 40.
excitement even when he arrived here this week for next week.
Games on the first
David
day.
Evans would love to
David
be there.
Evans.
And with darts like that, a nice solid 16 darts at the start. That's exactly where he wants
Second
to be.
against
That's
Mario
much
to
better
throw
the performance he
first.
was looking
Game
for.
on.
But you just begin to feel and sense that Champions Week is just a few days away, and those players will be heavy in preparation right now.
100.
There's some surprising results. A very cosmopolitan lineup, and we could see a real new superstar. Or are we going to see someone like Conan Whitehead win it again?
58.
But for me, a couple that stand out, definitely Daryl Pilgrim. I am a huge fan of everything I've seen about him. It's no surprise what he's gone to do on, you know, the PDC as a professional player
81.
recently, and providing some unbelievable performance there. But I also like the look of Rob Grundy from the Northeast. I think he's someone I know is super excited to be
59.
here. And 20 grand to boot, Scott.
Yeah, not to be sniffed at, that sort of money. And this is what you say in the non-professional side of the game, the way that the game is moving forward.
81.
It's something that only 10 years ago, outside the top onslaughts, you would dream about playing for that kind of money.
Yeah, well, the World Masters changed my life.
99.
The bet, I don't know if it was 25 or 30,000 I won it, and I just felt like I was a millionaire at that point, and you just get the sense of that. But don't write off the people. You're going to get the headline acts. I do like the look of Sebastian Białowski, and then you get a couple of really different challenges. People who just have been there, really experienced players like the Matt Clarks of this world, the Jim McEwens of this world. So, like I say, then you've got the real effervescent where you're not sure the type of performances you're going to get from the likes of Chris Quantock and Matty Denon. So it's a good one to call.
Yeah, it's all about the timing, isn't it, of doing things special in some of the games you're going to have to do special things in, and setting yourself up for the next game. It's just fascinating how it works, and for us guys who are watching it, well, it's just brilliant to watch and great entertainment.
Requires 64.
Well, this is better from Mario. It was a disappointing first leg after a good win in his first game today, and he's usually good when he has a dart or a double.
48.
This time, a chance for Evans. Something that myself and Scott have been chatting about. David Evans will look at this 104 and say, I fancy this.
Game shot in the second leg.
I fancy
David
he did.
Evans.
I think that's his turn.
Feel like it's
First ton
David
plus
to
shot
throw
out of the
first.
week.
Game on.
It's been a pretty disappointing start from the players, but we're beginning to see a performance which is getting to the standards
60.
where they'd want to be. Like I said, David Evans has still got another 10 points on his average. That's something that he'll want to do. He's a big fan of the county dart system still. Plays for Lancashire. He's topping the averages, albeit only after 2 games. But he does see that as part of his preparation, part of his programme to where he wants to be. He has all the dreams and aspirations still of being a professional player.
$100. 96.
Another total side of the spectrum. Mario Robb, who round about 2005 to 2010 was producing his best darts.
100.
Come across him on the BDO system there. Watched him when he played at Lakesides, World Masters, Finder Masters, etc. And he's at the different side where he wants to go back to Q School this year. Like I said, just trying to have a chat with him of how much dart he's played over that past 10 years from 2010 to round about now. But again, his priority is going to the European Q School in January, so this is all part of the process.
Yeah, it was around. It was a Dutch dominated, Dutch sort of
16.
invasion around that time, wasn't it? Barney and Co-Stompy were already there, and Michael Van Germen was coming through in 2007 as a young man. And
Mario Robb.
Talk about invasion. Mario Robb there. 1-1-6.
Fourth leg, it's Mario to throw
time
first.
he's done the 1-1-6 this week with his 106 and that unbelievable 167. And like I said, if he was writing a book about this week, the conclusion would be, get me down to a double.
55.
And I'll hit it. Well,
96.
by far the best match of the day so far. Hopefully it's just beginning to warm up to see some cracking games. So, like I said, give us a follow at MSS Darts. Myself and Scott Mitchell in the commentary box here. Give us a shout out on social media. We're happy to chat all things darts.
140.
Dave Evans, tidy visit there, and he's trying to
36.
set himself up to break back, and that has helped. Mario's poor visit will have helped Evans's cause, and
133.
3-2 left after 9 darts for Evans.
140. David Everett, 132.
Again, Mario throwing that little bit quicker and having more success with a little more rhythm.
Oh, go on, David.
Game shot
Yes!
the four flag. David
That's
Evans.
the way to do it, the champagne shot. But it's been a champagne week so far for David Evans, and that is the icing on the cake. We've been waiting for a moment for something like that today.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
Bull,
Game
double 16. Very much seen as an exhibition shot, but absolutely perfectly played. Smashes the bullseye, decides to stay there, and clean as a whistle on double 16.
96.
What a finish that was, Scott.
Yeah, indeed. And on Monday, he started with sort of doing 95, 97, 91 finishes in his early games. And now we're seeing him relax. It was what we spoke about in the
140.
last game. I think that he feels he's home and hosed now. And now we're going to start seeing those sorts of shots. And 104, 132. Proving that point. These are his highest two shutouts so far of the week. He's in a relaxed mode, and that makes him very dangerous for the rest of the day.
41.
Yeah, he just looks like he's proud as a peacock right now. Is, you know, the relaxation is clearly evident there. And all of a sudden you think, God, this game's easy. How can I be averaging the 60s and 70s in my
100.
first game, being so tight and finding the game so difficult? And now, just going through this match, very, very nice. It's just the perfect performance so far
60.
from David Evans.
44.
Yeah, good on you, Mario.
135.
180s have been few and far between for Mario. He didn't have any on the opening day, just the one yesterday. You have to say it's all about this man right now.
133.
Well, if the 132 is the champagne shot,
125.
125 is very, very similar. You'll start at the centre of the board.
53. David, it requires 70.
Not to be this time. Evans will go the 18s route. Does that mean he'll go 12s? No, he's going double 16 for the match, and he
Game
takes
shot
it.
on the match.
Far
David
better
Evans.
performance from David Evans there. Mario Rob, he would say, why me, why me? Why has he turned up on me? But look at the stats there. 90 average for Evans. Definitely starting to go through the gears. 4 out of 5 on the checkouts. He'll be looking very happy with that 80%. We head off to a short break, and afterwards we will return with Stefan Schroer versus Mike Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this is a significant game potentially now between Stefan Schroer and Mike Huntley. Schroer is the only player left that can stop David Evans as march towards finals night from Group A. But if he is defeated by Huntley here, then that will be that, and Evans will be crowned the group winner ahead of his third game of the day against Fallon Sherrock next. So let's get this one on. Talking you through it, it is Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, it was a really poor performance in the opening game from Mike Huntley. I'm interested to see how he plays here. Stefan Schroer has just played another game, another win, and another average where when he looks back thinking, I'm much better than that, but he's winning games at the same time. It could be a case of very similar to David Evans, where Stefan Schroer really relaxes in this game.
Game on.
And we see the very best from him. You just sense now with the 6 players that they've identified that David Evans is going to qualify. He is going to win the group.
93.
And it just seems a bit more relaxation in the players, just as we can hear the players next door, etc. And hopefully that's conducive to much better darts, because Mike Huntley was not anywhere near his best in his opening game.
100.
No, he wasn't. And it was, you know, was that for him knowing that maybe Group B was not a possibility for him? Was he playing for that spot in Group B? And you know, you always think best case scenario as a player when you're looking at these groups and these types of events. And you'd think if I win this one here and I can do this one here, and then I'll get to this point and this point. And maybe he could have been victim of that a little bit with the first one. And
60.
Now it's very much looking like it's Group C for him, and so he will now maybe relax, and we'll see a bit more of the Mike Huntley we know and love.
Yeah, he's a good guy, isn't he? And he can produce darts like that at any time he wants to. Like I said, it's a tough skill, the old seniors, and he's topping the rankings in that, which is a testament of how he's playing. So I know there'll be incredible
98.
disappointment with where he's sat right now, but like I said, I watched him when the previous time I was here, and he had a pretty ropey Group A campaign and was topping Group C for a long part of that. He just couldn't sustain it. As Stefan Schroer looks at 152. He might need to get this, because Michael Huntley, after 12 darts, is on tops.
96. Michael, you require 40. Game shot on the first
long look at it,
Michael
and in
Huntley.
she went. And that was a breaker throw for Huntley. He now returns.
Second against Michael to throw first. Game on.
One or two of you may wonder why there's a slight delay between legs, having played up there. It's just to reset the scoreboard. Just takes a sort of
60.
few seconds to reset the scoreboard, record on the hard drives what has happened in that last leg for
121.
the continuity in your records and everything else of your performances here. And then you're able to walk in. It takes about between 8 to 10 seconds before you can throw for your next leg.
Yeah, a lot of the debutants as well will be rushing to the hockey. A lot of the quick players, and the excellent referees will just remind them there's an 8 to 10 second gap between each leg. That's not affecting either of these players right now. This is already a much better performance.
It's like a gloves off performance, isn't it? It's just like, you know, he's done all the trying, he's done all the huffing and puffing, and it's just, you know what, I'm just going to throw them now and see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of these players have incredible integrity and professionalism. They're up there, and they want to be back at the MODUS Super Series. You know, it's just the qualification is difficult, and you know you want to be, and you just want to remind the people involved in the MODUS Super Series that I want to be back. So you'll see them trying in every single moment, and they want to provide their best at every dart they throw.
.44. Michael, you require 160.
But like
Stephen,
those
you require
darts,
96.
Yeah, very much. It's just like chalk and cheese, isn't it? He's done this already this week. It's 96.
78. Michael, you require 100.
Well, he opened up with a 13 darter. Confidence will be fairly high as he looks at this 100. And that's the perfect dart again. Doesn't need to move. And that wonderful camera angle. Double 19.
81.
I'll tell you what, I fancied that after that
Stefan
first
require
dart. And I
18.
think he did too.
Stefan in the background thought it was gone. He's
Game shot in
laid
the
it up
second leg.
and done the right
Stefan
thing.
Schroer.
It's 1-1 here. A break back immediately. There are our averages.
So look at Stefan to throw first. Game on.
It's a lot of head shaking, isn't it? I've enjoyed that camera work on the non-throwing player because you can see exactly how they
93.
feel. And, you know, no doubt when I step on that stage myself and I'm sat here saying you shouldn't give too much away, I'll probably have a dozen cam on with me shaking my head saying,
60.
practice what you preach.
Yeah, have a good look at some of his stuff on YouTube. He was more of a head shaker than he gives credit for.
96.
But you did it all when you were stood behind, so you didn't give it away to the other player.
That's what I try to do, but anyway, I won't be shaking my head. I'll be banging 120 averages
45.
Is that 2-dart average, mate?
The match. Sensational dart once again from the
180.
Dutchman. A very likeable Dutchman. I met him at around about 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Asked him if I could just have a couple of words with him, and spoke fantastically well with Chris Murphy on the balcony yesterday about his
41.
experiences so far.
132.
He's not here to make the numbers up, was the message. He's here to win. And with darts like that 180, will give him opportunities.
80.
And I liked what he did on the 132 there. Not even a thought of going with the bullseye first dart there. And sets her up very nicely. Looking good for 2-1.
$99. Stefan required 52. Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, very much
Stefan
more confident
Schroer.
Schroeder now, and Michael Huntley looked like he fell off the cliff after missing
it's
that
Michael
double
to
top
throw
for the 100
first.
shot.
Game on.
And I think a lot of that was to do with, you know, keep yourself positive or try to. And we've seen him looking very sad, you know, behind after losing that leg. This is much, much better.
100.
I do like Mike Huntley. I like him as a person. I like his game. He's just not really producing it on the stage when he wants
60.
to. But like you said, and we've mentioned a couple of times, he walks in tomorrow at the Group C where everybody is on 0 points.
140.
Yeah, and these games are sort of like a prequel to that. You just try and find a little form and a little bit
140.
about you to go in and start that Group C. You know, as you said earlier, the other players that aren't here will be watching or will be knowing what's going on and who their opponents will be coming into the group. And
85.
it's important that you come into the group sort of flying at the end of whichever group you come from.
Yeah, Michael Huntley might stick his head in the comms box and say, hey, there's only Mario Rob
96.
guaranteed in Group C just yet. I could potentially still get into Group B with victory here and running through the card today. So no more talk of Group C until that's mathematically sorted.
100.
And when we talk about permutations, there's only this man that can stop David
85.
Evans top in the
Marking
group,
requires
as Chris Murphy
76.
alluded to at the beginning of this game. So victory for this man throwing his darts now. Could put David Evans through to Saturday night and be the first player there.
56. Stefan require 120.
So this is usually where we see the camera work at the side-on view. So it always goes in. Always goes in.
80. Michael, you require 20.
Perhaps we've worn it out, that camera shot, for the success on the tops.
Game shot on the
How
fourth
many
leg.
times has that happened?
Michael
One
Huntley.
and the second one goes in, and the frustration as a player when you look at that first start and think he doesn't feel it,
Fifth leg, it's
miles
Stefan
away
to
from
throw
the
first.
desired target.
Game on.
And the second one is Plum.
Just giving himself room and, letting the dog see the rabbit, as we say in our area. Just let the dog see the rabbit.
$100. $100.
A nice last over the top there from Stefan. 2 darts underneath, looked to be blocking it, but he found a way past.
85.
Yeah, and I've talked about a lot of the ADC players this week, and again in the Northeast, our representative next will be a guy called Johnny Barnes. It's getting to a stage now where
100.
I don't even know the players in the Teesside area who are doing the qualifications now, as much as the players have moved on, but I've heard really good things about him. I've been following his stats and his numbers in our local ADC comps, and
60.
he will be representing our area
161
on this fantastic stage.
$41.
Yeah, the ADC movement is spreading. There's no two ways about that. I think there were 23 tournaments worldwide, countrywide, and then there's 23 in the southwest on the vault every week.
$16.
Well, Mike looked
Michael,
quite
you're
shocked when the
76.
180 came in, but what it made it do was put a lot of pressure on that 120. And he's going to get a dart at tops. And this would be a big, important moment this game. It would be a breaker throw.
36.
Still a tough ask for Stefan. You could see Stefan not
Stefan, you
looking
require
when that one went in.
104.
And we've talked about these types of finishes today.
Stefan's only had 1 ton plus finish this week. That was a 106.
$56.
Have to move across there because he was
Michael, you
blocking.
require 40.
Now, I like that pre-routine there from May, just taking his time. That's the composure. Can he execute? Come on, he says to himself. He's doing
Game show on
everything
the
correct
fifth
with them
leg.
darts there. A little bit of
Michael Huntley.
self-motivation, just took his time. Much, much better performance. The first game for
Six legged
Huntley
Michael
against
to throw
David Evans was a
Game
tough watch. Let's just say that. Averages were nowhere near where he wants to be, but this is a marked improvement.
$60.
Yeah, just a little confrontation now, just a chat about who was darts it were. Mike was unaware that it was his throw first. Stefan was just saying, yeah, it's you, mate. Yep, over you go.
$100.
Well, we've had a couple of one-sided games. The day opened with some very tight competition. And this one could go all the way.
134.
Just a reminder of the situation. If Michael Huntley
78.
can get over the winning line in this game, David Evans will be our first qualifier for Saturday night's finals night. The only man that can catch David Evans is the man that's
98.
just thrown his 3 darts there, Stefan Schroer.
Yeah, if he had any chance, he needed to go through the card today and have 5 out of 5 and hope other results went his way.
100.
Yeah, poor board management there from Mike. 263. You have to bring the 19s on in the second dart if you hit the single 20. So he's left himself a bogey.
84.
But can he leave it pretty?
9 times out of 10 when you do that, it's 2 treble 20s, isn't it?
$59. Stefan, you require 100.
So 100 for Schroer to go level. Didn't go tops on that
60.
occasion.
Mark, we require 104.
Well, we did big up this type of finish before this game started. And Mike Huntley has it for the match, 104. Huntley's 86, so he'll stay there. And that would have left double 16.
96.
Looks like we are going all the way.
Stephanie require 40. Game shot on the sick flag. Stefan Schroer. Seventh and final leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
Last leg
Game on.
shootout. And when I think of last leg shootouts, my mind goes back to when you represent your country in the Four Nations where you're on and off and it's a one-leg situation.
30.
I'm talking to Stefan. He did represent Holland in that situation there. And maybe that was a thought process going through his mind. When you have the darts and 5-1, you'd expect it to win the game. What you don't expect
60.
is to open up with a score of 30. Big moments now.
Yeah, big moments indeed, and he needs to get another one in there.
100.
A win would help him
55.
sort of clarify his position to ever closer to being in Group B, which was, like he said, that's where he wants to be.
60.
Yeah, this is when your pressure sort of kicks in now and you find out a little bit more about yourself. A lot of times I will mention this is where tension can affect your game. Or is it just the quality of your preparation, the quality of you as a player? Oh, that's taking it. Your mind's just different when you know it's a last leg shootout.
21.
And that is not the start that Michael Huntley wanted. Scores a 60, 55 and 21. Means that Stefan Schroer is a big, big favourite for this game, especially after that first start.
133.
Yeah, after the second dart and the third dart for me, he's now become favourite here for this match. Huntley way back on 365.
62. $76.
I can see why he went that way across to the 18s, but when you have that slack dart missing the big number, it didn't help. And
95.
Huntley again, good ball management. 133 would have left 170. So it's 102. Treble 20 there. Is he going ball or is he going 42? Yeah, he went 14. 68 left.
94.
Back up to the tops. Double 4 left. Huntley way back on 208.
$100. Stephanie require 8.
I think that Stefan's been 3 out of 6 on his double so far.
No score.
Oh, you just didn't see that
We
coming.
require 108.
Did not see that coming. And he's having a right old chuckle to himself there behind. But he's got away with it. He's got away
60.
with it.
Stephanie require 8. Game
And
shot
there we
on the
go.
match.
Game shot
Stefan
on the match.
Schroer.
4-3 to Stefan Schroer. His journey continues. He's desperate to be in Group B. Another 2 points on the board. It's going to help seal that. You can see what that means to him back towards the camera. Mid-80s average there. Low 80s for Huntley. A better game. But it was Stefan Schroer who came out winner.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and welcome upstairs for the first time today to Glenn Durrant. Glenn, just talk us through what we've seen so far. Some significant results already.
Yeah, absolutely some significant, but a very ropey start from the 6 players. It was a pretty strange performance. You felt there was just a little tension in the air, and I think when David Evans finally got over the line against Mike Huntley, we really anticipated a big performance in his next game, and that was exactly the case.
Yeah, last game, of course, it could have been all sewn up if Huntley had beaten Stefan Schroer. It could be sewn up in the next game if David Evans gets the better of Fallon Sherrock. That is coming up very, very shortly indeed. But let's talk about David Evans, because he's produced some decent stuff today. Yes, sluggish start, as you said, but that performance against Mario Rob, was that the performance you've been waiting for?
I think it was. I thought the 1-3-2 finish and the 1-0-4 finish was a real catalyst for that, but there's something really special about this finish. I mean, that was clean, and then you just had to follow that one in. I got a bit excited in the comms box at the double 16 because that was plumb as well, and the reaction from him as well, I think he expected better from himself. We touched on the fact that we're in a culture now, not only do you want to win games, competitions, but you want to play well as well. And I get the sense that with David Evans, is he knows there's some good players to come the rest of this week. He's pretty much guaranteed to be there Saturday night. It's going to take an absolute miracle. And I just think he wanted to remind people of exactly what he can do. And I think that performance did that.
Yeah, the only setback he's had is the defeat to Fallon Sherrock yesterday. She had her own setback in the very first match today when she lost out to Mario Rob. This effectively ruled Fallon out of the race, didn't it? But a nice moment for Mario in the end to get a second win.
It was a very nice moment for Mario because we've watched him, and I know him going back for 20 years, and he's a much better player than he's put on there. So I was pleased for him there. But Fallon did bounce back in the next game because I am being a little bit greedy. I would like to put Fallon in the mix in that Group B because it has the real potential to be a fantastic situation we could have.
Yeah, in that next game, she beat Martin Adams 4-0. That was a really important one for that group. If we take a look at the Group A table, you can see there's now a 4-point gap between them with just 3 games left to play. So do you think we're looking at this group in the order it will end up finishing now?
Yeah, I mean, you usually get something in Group A, and how many times have I stood here and made a fool of myself of saying David Evans is not going to continue and there's plenty more things to say, but it is looking that way now, and I think Fallon should really get her head on for this game. When she looks motivated, she looks the best player here. Despite the fact that David Evans is top of the group, it's just the consistency with Fallon this week and the real motivation for her. I think she'll be motivated for this game. She's here because she wants to practice for the Grand Slam, the Worlds. Well, this is a really tough ask against someone who's really top of the table, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, she did beat him yesterday. If she wins this one, pretty much in Group B, although not mathematically yet, but if Evans wins it, he certainly is in finals night. He would be crowned the group winner. That is the next match, Evans against Sherrock. But next week is Champions Week, and one of the questions on everybody's lips is, could Conan conquer again?
Yeah, thanks guys up on the balcony, good assumption. I think this one would and could have been a bigger game had things gone differently, as game 7 comes on day 3, and we were
First leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
looking forward.
Game on.
On day 1, Glenn and I in the comms box saying this could be pivotal into where the group went. Well, it hasn't worked out that way.
100.
I'm sure this will be a good game all the same. With Evans top in the group.
57.
A win here would surely seal Fallon's sort of fate of being in Group B.
97.
Game of the week, I'm going to predict here. Which probably means the way I predict that the both of them are going to average in the 70s. I'm expecting the best performance from Fallon. I think this is the type of game why she's here this week. This will be a real indicator of where her game is at.
Yeah, absolutely. Just seeing Dave Evans' flight pop off there, it reminds me of the days of the lakeside when the board was on a slight pedestal and there were lights,
100.
uplighters onto the board to stop the shadow. And if the flight came off and went down in that little box in front, one, if you looked in there, you couldn't see for the next 3 throws because it was blinded
100.
light on you. And 2, you had a good chance of burning your fingers on the lights down there trying to grab your flight. So you would leave it to a good friend like Nick Rolls or something to do it for you.
140. Valentine record 114.
Happy memories. So she'll go like this 60 weight. Didn't expect that. No, neither did I, Fallon. I thought you'd at least get that.
74.
Because you're looking really good in the start of this
record
game. But these are the
105.
types of finish for David Evans. He demonstrated it. Not so sure about that weight, but he can still finish for double 19. Prove me wrong, David.
Game's on the first leg.
Only way to go there,
David
Glenn.
Evans.
Only way to go. And another ton plus shot out for Dave Evans. They're now starting to fly through the door.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $93. 180.
I've been waiting for a match like this today. I just sensed, just as they both walked on, the importance.
44.
It's probably irrelevant in a sense that I think both will know their fate. Maybe more for Fallon, where a win here can put her in that sensational Group B.
140.
Add Fallon's name to Dan Lowby, Steve West and Robert Thornton. Well, that's one I can't wait for.
57.
Yeah, it's a pity there's no tickets for a Thursday night and a Friday night here, because I'm sure people would come and watch that session without doubt.
100.
Well, they can watch us on Sporty Stuff. They can watch us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And one for me not to be missed.
43. Valentine require 81.
Fallon is looking good for an 11 darter. She loves double 18.
Game shot the
Cracking
second
leg of darts.
Fallon
1-1.
Sherrock. Third leg, it's Fallon
the
to throw
averages.
first. Game on.
Absolutely explaining exactly what my co-commentator is saying.
81.
It's a flying start from Sherrock.
93.
There's always the fear when you're on that balcony, when you're chatting, that the players can actually hear you. But what I was asking for was a really highly motivated performance from Fallon.
81.
These are the type of matchups why she's here this week. And I wanted to see the very, very best from her so she can determine where her game is at. She'll probably know. She's successful in a couple of
100.
women's series recently. Things are going really right. Last time she was here, the 9 darters. I mean, she just does everything so good this year in 2023. And the
58.
best she's hoping is still to come. And I just wanted to see this match to see her very best. And so far, so good.
92.
Yeah, agreed. It was a big 105 from David Evans. Was the only thing that stopped her in the first leg while she was sat there waiting to go.
58. 180.
I just fancied that.
$140. David require 36.
With
Game
that
shot the
dart,
third
we
leg.
will see David Evans here
Evans.
on Saturday night. With all the numbers, legs different, etc. Stefan Schroer
Fourth leg, it's David
cannot
to throw
overtake
first.
David
Game
Evans.
on.
He probably doesn't realise, but he is the first player this week and will be the champion of Group A. And we will see this man on Saturday night.
100. 90. 93.
Once again, it's still Fallon that's dominating the averages after that beautiful 12-darter.
96.
Done all week. David Evans averaging round about the 90 mark. He's still leading.
$58.
Just the perfect dart for Fallon. Should be expecting more.
Whoa!
She gets more.
180.
Yeah, the two were sat there just waiting to be clattered into, weren't they? They were perfect position, top of the treble 20 bed.
45.
Miles of space underneath, and she used the darts well there with the last.
Oh, this is just getting better and better.
83.
Leaves a 2-darter. She's already had a 12-darter and looking good here for a 14, 15-darter. Nothing David Evans can do on 205. He smiles because
60.
they were well-thrown darts. 52. He thinks they're going in the treble. But it's all about Fallon now. 2-darter tops.
32. David, you've got 145.
Fallon seems better on those top shots when she's got a dart in the way.
87. Fallon, you've acquired 20.
Gets into the realms where she can't afford to miss again and
Game
doesn't.
on the fourth
Got
leg.
parity here.
Fallon Sherrock.
2-2. Not only the game of the day, but game of the week for me so far. It's now at a best of 3.
If they get Fallon to throw
And the
first.
fact that
Game
Fallon's thrown first, will that be the difference between them?
$140.
Something sort of Scott mentioned there, how she likes to have that dart to use then to hit the tops on a 60 finish. I thought that was interesting the way she wants the 140. She used that dart. That wasn't
58.
ideal under the treble 20. And she just lobbed them over the two with that effortless throw, the way she caresses that dart. There's not the power going into the dartboard like you see with many of the
59.
players.
A bit of a Fosbury flop, you could say, wouldn't you? That's the way to describe it. To go over the top of the first one. And
93.
I might steal that term.
rather than the Fosbury
41.
splash that I used to do when I did the high jump at comprehensive school.
$134.
I was also a triple jumper in my day, you know, back at school. I tell you, I was the only one in my class that could count to 3.
97.
I was about to give an honest answer there. Well, mine was long distance. I like to anything around about 10 miles. I don't think I can run 10 metres now, but David Evans can certainly find that treble 20 right now. This is getting to be an exciting conclusion. Nothing that Fallon can do. She doesn't want to go trebleless.
58.
She does. Advantage Evans. This is for a breaker throw.
$60.
Not to
Value
be.
require 106.
These types of finishes are going from all players at the moment. Is Fallon going to join the party with double 18?
88. David, it requires 16. Game shot on the fifth leg.
It's a breaker
David
throw
Evans.
for Dave Evans.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $140.
It's getting to a stage now, Scott, where if David Evans can get through this game, when all of a sudden now he's looking a favourite to
81.
do that, a big favourite, he could end up on 28 points, and that would be equaling the record. And that must be something that would be really
131.
happy for him, despite, as we've said, I still think there's another gate to come on Saturday night for him, but every question that's being asked of him, he's had the answers well.
180.
He's going to need to find another answer right now, because that's another max from Fallon Sherrock.
100.
That also was a good dart over the top of the first two. Stepped out to the side. Created an angle.
45.
Of course, the fact that
And
he's
you
6
require
foot, I don't know what,
130.
also helps that his throwing arm is probably above the height of the treble 20 when it's going in.
Yeah, he stopped there because he doesn't need to go for treble 20 double 5 or
90.
the bullseye. As we mentioned, just setting up there. This is a stupendous leg from David Evans under pressure. He was leading this one 3-2. He's already qualified, which he
83.
possibly didn't
And you
realise.
require 40.
But he knows if this tops goes in, he knows it's job well done. The winning streak
Game shot on
continues
the
for David
match.
Evans. A very
David
enjoyable
Evans.
performance from David Evans there. And fair play to Fallon Sherrock. It takes two to tango. That's a good game. And look at the reaction with a fist bump. He realises what he's done. He'll be there on Saturday night. As we look at the numbers there, averages don't mean everything. A beautiful 93.85 from Fallon. She'll be happy with that sort of average, but she won't be happy with the fact that it's David Evans who wins. Once again, that 105 checkout being a highlight. Fair play. See you on Saturday night, David Evans. As next up, it's Martin Adams against Michael Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we just have had confirmation of David Evans winning the group. He is the first player through to finals night from Group A. He has qualified. He'll get a couple of days off. He's still got a couple of matches to play as well, and is looking to equal Group A record in terms of wins. In terms of this match, though, it's a meeting between Mike Huntley, who will be playing in Group C later this week. And Martin Adams, who kind of looks set to join him, and it could be definite if he were to lose this game to the Welshman. So talking you through the action, it's Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, it was a real war of attrition this game yesterday, wasn't it? And with everything that's gone on, I think the realisation now within the group of 6 is that David has qualified, and you know, people are just playing for potential Group B. But for someone like Mike Huntley, he's playing for just that motivation to getting his campaign ready. Last time he was here, as I mentioned, he had a tough one, but he won his last 2 games in that Group A, and that was just give him a foundation of then starting his Group C campaign.
140.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm happy he's in Group C. For me, he'll be the headline act alongside Justin Hood, and I'd expect Martin Adams to qualify from Group C. So maybe it's not the end of the world for the great man. And you can just see the respect that Mike Huntley had for Martin, just the way he shook his hands there. It was nice to see.
He's an all-time great for those of our era, Glenn, and we were watching him. I was watching him win World Championships and not really being part of it until his last one at Lakeside. And
100.
He is iconic. And it's nice to have that respect. It's nice to have that respect. As far as his shirt goes, it hasn't been lucky for him today. We've had a lot of entertainment out of it, but it hasn't helped Wolfie today. He's lost his first 2 games.
30.
And he'll be looking to put that right this time round.
$60.
Yeah, when you hear Mike speak, you know, he's that classic South Wales accent, and obviously his inspirations are of playing around the people of Richie Burnett and Barry Bates as good friends of him as well. So he'll have that fighting quality. If I was in the position of Michael Huntley right now, I'd be treating this as like a Super League game, a best of 7 game, 3 more Super League games, get me averages back up. Don't want to go back to the hotel too disappointed with it and frustrated like I feel he has
45.
been. I thought he was a little bit unlucky on Monday. His averages were better than the position he was in. As Martin Adams looks at tops. Adams leads
on the first
1-0.
Martin Adams.
Yeah, you mentioned Barry Bates there. I think the last time I had a laughing fit was when I was with Barry Bates and had a stitch.
Michael to throw first.
I was laughing so much. He's quite a funny man, and just, you know, injuries plagued Barry Bates in his darting career, and you wonder how much further he could have ever gone.
85.
Yeah, live your darts for today. Never look too far ahead. There's a few players. I won't mention who.
It's just the one that springs to mind for me.
Leave Wes Newton out of this. Yeah, I think I might get a new shirt for January when I'd play on the MODUS Super Series. It's 11 o'clock and Glenn's already out.
45.
Here we go. I got me laughing stitch back again.
You're supposed to say it doesn't start till 5 past.
Oh, they're putting a few adverts in before, 41. Are they? Good on you. I love the way you're playing this chum back down, mate. I love it. Well done, you.
43.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry. And I've done plenty of that. No more. It's fun and enjoyment now for me. Exactly the way, the mentality that you feel like Martin's taking his game these days. Still extremely 55. Busy on the VIP circuit, the corporate circuit of darts, the exhibitions. But there'll still be that competitive streak inside him when it comes to the MODUS Super Series. And when you think of the romance, you think of him and here on Saturday night with the crowd as well. You do get a bit greedy. And when you see the names of Fallon, Sherrock and Martin Adams, you want to see them on Saturday night, don't you? And I think the crowd would be bigger, and we're just making a real special night. He's a great guy.
The way I see the way that Martin is playing now, do you remember a few years ago when Wesley Harms burst onto the scene and came to Lakeside and said it's time for the old guys to move over? You know, the young uns are coming through and this, that and the other. And I remember I was doing
60.
a bit of punditry with Ray Stubbs, and I was playing it down, and I was saying, it's lost in translation from the Dutch. Hand over to Martin Adams, who was in the commentary box, and then he said, "Oh, ain't going nowhere. The young man wants to move me. He's going to have to start playing better than he is." And that's the way that I see Martin now coming back into this Super Series. It's a bit of the, "Oh, young man, if you think you're going to do that to me, I'm hanging in there." And those shots like he's just done are exactly the prime example of what I'm talking about.
$18.
And I think, if we're just going back to the sort of serious side, the two main things has been that lateral drift he has in his game, that ones and fives that were never there. And his doubles aren't as clinical. Well, Michael Huntley would like to be clinical now on double four. And he exactly is.
Michael Huntley.
Feast or famine for Michael Huntley this week. At times he's looked fantastic. And at times he goes from the sublime to the ridiculous. And his head shake and his disappointment. And I think when he looks back, I think there can be a real improvement to his game. I think out the six this week, Mario Robb was probably the one who was thinking, well, I wasn't sure every game as I do now, but Michael Huntley would be the most frustrated. And what I would say to him, it's not over yet. Your Group C campaign starts tomorrow. Come back fighting like you did last time.
No, I agree. I think sometimes he looks like he's been the toughest player in the group to beat.
99.
And then in other games, he looks like he couldn't even beat an egg. It's one of those for him. It's got to be frustrating for him as a player, and he's got tonight and a couple of hours before bed to think about it and get his head back on for what comes for Thursday and Friday, because I do really believe in him. He is a great player, Mike Huntley, and
140.
Well, I guess you've seen him more than most, Scott, obviously on the Opens for the seniors, where, like I said, he's ranked #1, so it might be a surprise to you that he's sat second bottom at the moment, knowing the form that he's in.
Well, I would see him more if I keep getting beat first round and doing a Glen Durrant. I'm gone by 12. So
I'll buy you a shirt.
Honestly,
it's 12 o'clock and I'm out.
Yeah. They keep waving at me. See you later, Glenn, as I leave the place. But yeah. No, he is. He's just dominating it, and yeah, it's his forte. He's taken to it like a duck to water, and yeah, fair play to Mike because he's a good guy.
55. Michael, you require 170.
Well, good things happen to good guys sometimes, and this would have been special. 167, still the highest finish of the week for Mario
60.
Robb.
$85. Michael, you require 110.
This has been a strange fixture because Michael Huntley beat Adams 4-0 on Monday. And then Adams won by the odd leg yesterday. So they're 1-1 in head-to-head so far this week.
Yeah, it was a bizarre game where Martin Adams hit 5 180s against Michael Huntley. Still searching for his first one today.
104. Michael, you require 16.
Yeah, this is where you know you're not playing well and your belief goes a little bit. And you're just working on muscle memory. Just think of the good times when you're on the doubles.
Game shot on the third leg.
Gets there in the end. And that'll hurt Martin more than the first dart going in the double 8. Because as an opponent, you sat behind and you see two darts quite wild on the first two.
Game on.
And you see the third one. You can be as sick as a parrot. And all you want to do is have a cocktail.
$100. $85.
Fortunate for Adams there. He looked to use the two darts that were already in it and using the flight, and he He went right over the top of them and missed them completely, and in the 5.
96. $95.
Adams has always used that pencil type dart, hasn't he? That long, straight, thin dart. It's a dart that's been very, that shape,
95.
that barrel has been very successful for him over his career.
Yeah, I can't help but think of that sort of purpley stem and his more standard flight with his logo on there. That's a definite change over the years.
85.
Scott mentions there, the actual dart is probably very similar, with slight amendments. And as you see on that angle there, the angles of the dart going in for Mike Huntley. Sometimes they're flat, sometimes they're straight, and sometimes they can really kick to the right or the left.
It's all to do with the drag through the air on that smaller flight, isn't it? And how it leaves its finger. It's a more
70.
positive
Michael,
reaction to the dart flying to the board. It's like throwing a stone at the board. It stays in its own place, and the smaller the flight, the more reactive it is to what your fingers are doing on the dart when it leaves your hand.
54.
And hence the reason I used a pair flight for so often. So it was a big change for me to go from the pair to the standard. But I was just looking to ways I could just sort of change. That's just the sort of the mindset I was in when you're at a very low ebb.
60.
So I'm not a big
Michael,
believer in changing
61.
too much of your dart setup.
$29. Martin, you require 106.
The head shake I don't want to see from him, because it's just bringing negativity to the subconscious for Michael Huntley. Is Martin Adams so prolific normally on double 16?
Game shot on the 4th.
Hasn't been this week, and that's the shrug of the
Martin
shoulders
Adams.
there, because that dart hasn't been there this week for Martin Adams. That's his forte. That's his go-to dart. You
Fifth leg,
just
it's
stand
Martin
behind him
to
when he
throw
wants
first.
double 16 and think,
Game
well, you
on.
know where this is going.
Yeah, absolutely. Too often this week he's gone to the well and come up dry, hasn't he, on the doubles, and it just hasn't worked for him at times.
83.
I think we had a crazy start, was it yesterday? On the amount of doubles that he had missed yesterday and what he'd gone for. It was around the numbers of 50 darts
41.
at a double.
Yeah, I went to do some work on that. I decided not to, as we see the trajectory of the dart, as we talk about the technology of darts. Martin has that very simple throw, that pull back, follow through
95.
the line has come through. Whereas if we'd have looked at, if you look at this one, you could see the angles that go in. I mean, that it's like bent in the bottom left-hand corner. You know, an occasion here you can turn to the right, but as you can see, just, it's
137.
as if he's swerving it in, like Roberto Carlos taking a 30-yard free kick.
$100.
Now everybody watching has got the image of that in their head of that one. I think, wasn't it Barthez in goal?
You could have had 5
60.
goalkeepers on that shot. Yeah, so let's not mention football. Otherwise, we'll be talking about this incredible run Middlesbrough are on at the moment. Another win last night, Scott.
140.
Oh, I didn't notice, actually. Yeah, I didn't notice. Being a Bournemouth fan, wins are something I've not been used to since about, end of last season.
Ever since we played so dreadful against Sheffield Wednesday, who brought us right down to their level, we've been brilliant.
40. Martin, you require 83.
I'd hate to be a Sheffield Wednesday supporter right now as Adams looks at double 16. He's been here before.
Game
He's
shot on the
beginning to
5th
find
leg.
it. Adams
Martin
leads
Adams.
3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Michael to
Defeat
throw
for
first.
Adams in this one
Game on.
would confine him to Group C. All the groups would be decided. Adams is
41.
hanging in there. He's 3-2 up. And he will be looking to jump on this 41 that Mike Huntley had as first visit. on his throat. And he does with that
95.
last dart in the treble 20.
$82. 44. $97.
Yeah, just a little bit of body movement on that one, so he's still thinking about it despite all the experience
100.
that the great man has. But that last dart just keeps him involved here. Huntley is looking good to take this one, especially after that first dart.
100.
Some really tight matches we have at the moment, and this one is looking like it's going all the way. Martin should go to the 18s here. He should have gone to the 18s, but it was such a good
44.
first start. Part of me was thinking he's going to stay on the 20s here. Chance for Huntley. I like the bullseye here.
99.
Even the 25 would have left 76 there. 82 still a nice finish to have. Adams can put some pressure in. How many times has this happened when you feel you're out of the leg? And all of a sudden the trebles become a lot easier.
Mark, we require 82.
Huntley will start in the centre of the board. And we've been here this before. He's got the options now of treble 19 or treble 13 or the Scott Mitchell treble 17, Michael.
$41. Martin, require 135.
Should start the bull again. So he can still do it with treble 20. This would be a special way to win the match. Can't be done now. Chance for Huntley.
Yeah, it would have been a bit of Martin magic there, wouldn't it, if he could have done that.
41.
Double 16 for Huntley. And he sends us to 3-3.
Michael Huntley.
As we've mentioned, both these guys play on the World
7th and
Seniors
final leg. It's
Darts
Martin.
Tour. I've just had a message from
Game on.
good friend Dean Alsop, and he wants to pass on his regards, Glenn, and say hi. He was at the last tour event.
I think Dean, is it Derbyshire who would have played his darts?
Yeah,
100.
Derbyshire it is. Yeah, I've known him for a long time. Top man. I've been to a couple of superbike races in my time because I'm into my bike racing, and
85.
I think his cousin's Ron Haslam and Ron Haslam's son. So I see him there at British Superbikes when I go there. Dino's usually there supporting.
Dean's the cousin of Ron Haslam.
Yeah. I think they're
60.
Leon Haslam, Ron's son.
Yeah.
They're cousins, so it must be mums and dads and uncles and aunties or whatever it works. But yeah, they're all related, and yeah, he follows Leon avidly and goes to all the races.
Yes, when I had posters up, and my brother had posters up of Ron Haslam, and his first bike was a Super Dream. Please tell me you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. There was a Super Dream.
100.
The Honda, was it Honda Super Dream or Suzuki Super Dream? I think it was the Honda. But yes, you're absolutely right. But yeah, that was good to see Dino at the
45.
floor tournament the other week for the seniors.
Well, one of these players would love to put the afterburners on about now. 3-3, very much coming to the conclusion of this match, and every treble right now just feels like
60.
gold dust. Not found by Martin Adams. Mike Huntley should start in the 19s here. He doesn't. He stays on the tops, and the reason being he's a treble 19 and a single 19, and then brings the bullseye into
41.
to leave that 101 score of 170 finish, but he decides not to, and very much now advantage Adams.
Yeah, very much advantage Adams now with that treble 20.
100.
I didn't like that last start, Martin.
I think I'd have come out and head for the 25 there to try and leave 76 and get yourself 2 big single numbers.
When Mike walked off his last game, Scotty looked dejected against Stefan Schroer. I just think behind him, he's beaten himself up so much as Adams looks at double 12. It's the first win of the day for Martin Adams. Another 4-3 match between these two. Not an awful lot to separate them, but an awful lot of respect. As Mike Huntley is magnanimous in defeat with Martin and says, "Finally, I found a double." He's saying, "I'm here," and all is good. And laughter as he walks off. But that's the performance of the day from Martin Adams. By far his best performance. The 106 checkout being the highlight. Good on the outer ring. We haven't said that often this week. Martin gets over the line as we move on to an all Dutch affair next. It's Mario Robb against Stefan Schroer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's time for our daily Dutch darting derby as the Dutch robot Mario Robb takes on Stefan Schroer, who has won both of the meetings between the Netherlands natives so far this week. Can he make it a hat-trick? He's bound for Group B, 16 points amassed already compared to just 4 with 2 wins from Robb. And guiding you through it, it's Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it has been pretty straightforward for Stefan against his good friend Mario. Mario Robb. He has sat on 4 points. He started off very nicely today with a win over Fallon Sherrock. Like I said, previously started the days really slowly and finished off badly.
First leg, it's Mario
One
to throw
negative
first.
for Mario is
on.
his third games of the day, right in the heart, the middle of the day, have been his poorest so far. So can he put that to bed? And can he produce a much better performance? But he looked pretty desperate and really down on Monday when he played Stefan Schroer. He lost the game quite comfortably to start the day. Played 3, lost 3. Fair play to him. He did bounce back after that. But this man in your picture, Stefan Schroer, he's in second position right now, looking really good for his Group B campaign, a group he wants to be in. He was interviewed yesterday and said that's where he wants to play. He wants to play against the Robert Thorntons of this world. And it's looking good for him to do that, but he must stay very focused because there have been signs today that Mario's beginning to find some type of form.
81.
Can that continue?
Again, I'm thinking this is a game that Mario should be a little bit more comfortable playing his compatriot, although Stefan hasn't really played lots of tournaments. He's only really turned to the game in the last 6 or 8 months to take it more seriously.
He's had a tough start to the day as Mario playing Fallon and David Evans. I mean, David put a real performance on some sensational finishing in his game with Mario, but I guess he had to feel fairly chipper going into this one. And I guess you do want to beat your compatriot. It's been pretty one-way traffic when these two have met, as I mentioned earlier. He's beginning to find that trouble. That's been the problem for Mario Rob this week.
180.
That's only his second
164.
180 of the week. That pretty much tells you where his game has been.
58. Mario, you require 52.
So he's hit more 180s today than he has in the Monday and Tuesday put together. Double 6 will be.
Game shot on the first
Like I said, for
Mario
the fear of
Rob.
repeating myself, if he has a double, all the confidence in the world comes to him and he knows he's going to hit it. It's then trying to think, how can I get that feeling on the treble 20 bed?
Yeah, indeed. And this is kind of a dead rubber for Stefan Schroer, isn't it? He knows he's safely planted in that Group B where he wanted to be.
180. $94.
Yeah, sometimes when you play up there, Scott, you don't think about the legs difference. You're just looking at the points, aren't you? But I guess early on a Monday and a Tuesday when you... I guess every leg counts because how many times have we seen people qualify through legs difference?
140.
Yeah, and it can make a difference to whether you're top of the group. The one time I played in Group C, I won my last game thinking I just needed to win the last game to go through as second. But in fact, I went through as top by one place on leg difference. And then that... in Group C, that doesn't even give you the darts when you get through to the Saturday night. It just gets you through.
Yeah, it was a question I asked Matt Edgar when I was co-commentating with him. How much are you looking at the table? How much are you looking at the permutations? Because I guess that could mess with your head a little bit. Where, as a dart player, we just like to go up and win the game. And Mario Rob has been by far the best at the big finishes, and he adds that to the collection. A 167, a 140, a 106, a 106. Give the man a double.
Feel like it's Mario to throw
the rest.
First. Game on. $100.
When we were searching for big finishes on Monday, there was only 3 finishes in the whole of the day over 100, with 120 being the highest. Today has been a real masterclass from a lot of the players today. David Evans, sensational in the big finishing area.
54.
Mario Rob has certainly joined the party with that 140 to complement that 116 earlier.
40.
Yeah, at some points this week, I think Mario's been feeling he's got to do a ton plus shot out to get a leg.
Yeah, because in all seriousness, his scoring
60.
power hasn't been where it once was and where he wants it to be. And if he has aspirations at Q School, that's an area he will need to practice on. Whereas with Stefan, very similar to David Evans, it just looks so aesthetically pleased on the eye when he gets him because he's such a good-looking thrower.
46.
Yeah, we mentioned good throwers yesterday, didn't we? And we missed the smoothness of Raymond van Barneveld out, and we were picked up on that by social media.
137.
Yeah.
And, yeah. I mentioned yesterday, I think Mario will go away from here at the end of the week, no matter where he ends up, whether he makes finals night through one of the other groups or not, he will go away having learned an awful lot about the more modern game today to what it was back in the days, 15 years ago when he was around, and he'll know what areas he needs to go and work on.
135. Stephanie required 24.
Well, you feel it's a must-hit for Stefan. I didn't expect to say that at the beginning of this match. I expected a steamroller performance, but right now, double three is not the area you want to be.
Mario required 46.
The way he has been finishing. It'll probably make me look silly again now because you'd expect him to get it the way he's doing it. Double 16.
Game shot the
and he does. It's 3-0.
Mario Rob.
A big surprise when he beat Fallon Sherrock in the first game today. But for me, this is an even bigger surprise because for two reasons, Stefan sat pretty in second place. He knows he can cement Group B with a comfortable victory here. And the fact that in the head-to-head, he's beaten Mario fairly comfortably. And I didn't expect to be sat here with Mario leading 3-0. And fair play to him. We talked about the bounce-back ability of Mario yesterday and how he's going to react today. Well, 7 out of 10, my friend.
100.
Very, very good to see. And now he becomes an interesting competitor in Group C tomorrow.
100.
And as we look at the side split there, that unique style, that very, very
60.
high elbow. Remember I talk about that shoulder and elbow. There should be like a differential that coming down slightly there, whereas that's a very nice looking throw. The flight path is just right in the centre of his nose, whereas when Mario lets go of a dart, it's right coming from his forehead, and you don't often see that.
45.
Yeah, it's a very sort of 90-degree flat parallel arm because he's thrown from such a high point. It's a parallel arm off the shoulder.
But I like that. The little front elevation,
41.
The relaxed throw. But like you said, a coach can look at something like that. But the best looking throws in my eyes are not the people who are world number 1, 2 or 3.
60. Stephen, you require 160.
But they do work. That is why they're at the position of number 1, 2 and 3.
100.
I had to look doubles on that second dart. I thought it just crept into the treble. And here comes Mario. A 180 he would have made it interesting.
100. Stephen, you require 60. Game shot in the fourth.
Snuck in the corner.
Stefan
in
Schroer.
is in. It's right in the corner. He did block his way a little with that first dart being very high.
Mario to throw first. Game
The
on.
average is not too shabby. It's a good competitive game. That 60 was superb.
85.
Yeah, you could see the frustration on that last dart there because when he let go of it, I think he thought it was just following that second dart. No panic for Stefan here.
57.
He's not showing his vulnerabilities. He's not particularly shaking his head or demonstrating any negativity.
Seeing that 60 shot from Stefan Schroer and the artistry involved.
100.
I just had a look at my little day in history, and Pablo Picasso was born on this day in 1881.
You don't get that info
60.
anywhere else. Stick with us.
And a certain Katy Perry was born this day in 1984.
And now you're going to roll.
100.
And now I'm going to roar.
$41.
Well, you've got the production team going wild in my ears here, you know, Scott.
Yeah, you just mentioned a little bit off track, don't you? You
43.
know, out they come in our hero with varying things that we can't mention.
What we can mention is an incredibly improved performance of Mario Robb.
134.
However, then two trebles there from Stefan just keeps him involved, but it's at least 6 starts. He may start in the 19s on 173, because another one of them in a single would leave tops. The single.
133.
Yeah, I think we both feared he was going to hit another there. They were so lovely and went in perfectly in the treble 19.
It's been a tough week for Mario Robb. We were concerned when he
43.
walked in this morning. But I tell you what,
Mario,
he didn't
you
look
require
dejected
40.
from the moment he walked in. It was a big win against Fallon Sherrock. He walked into something special against David Evans. But he's been absolutely terrific in this game against his compatriot. Can he execute?
20.
Well, the finishing has been brilliant today from these players, but even this one's a tough one.
95. Mario, you require 20.
Well, he's had a moment to reflect. He's had a moment to get himself ready. And Mario Robb
Game
wins
shot and the
4-1. I would
match.
even say
Mario
that's his
Robb.
performance of the week. He's just beginning to show the signs, the reasons why he's here. And you can just tell by his body demeanour, the way he's walking off that stage, that he is delighted with that. Could he become really interesting when it comes to Group C? Mid-80 average, but that's one of his better performances. And look at the outer ring once again, 4 from 7. He has been superb on the doubles, and that 140 finish to boot. Excellent darts, Mario Robb. And next up, it's top of the table, David Evans against Martin Wolfie Adams.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where we've got half a dozen games left to play in Group A. David Evans has already won the group. He faces Martin Adams next, and it's a significant match. After the last set of results, Adams kept himself in contention for a place in Group B. That after Fallon Sherrock was beaten by Evans, but if Adams is to lose to Evans here, then it would be all signed and sealed in terms of who is going where. And we can show you that from the league table. Evans, of course, the winner of the group through to finals night, can have a couple of days off. Stefan Schroer already confirmed in Group B. It will be Sherrock or Adams that joins him, and Michael Huntley and Mario Robb, both destined for Group C. Robb, of course, winning for the third time this week before the break there, 4-1 over Stefan Schroer in that Dutch derby. Right then, let's get this one underway. Could be all resolved after this, and Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell will talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And what I've witnessed so far today is that maybe when the tension out of the games, league positions are out the way, we're seeing players produce the best darts. I was really pleased there to see Mario Robb get a victory over Stefan Schroer. And what it means to me is players are just beginning to show that if they can relax on this stage, if they can not worry about the circumstances, then they've still got an awful lot to play for, whether it's going to be in Group B or Group C. And a winner here for David Evans, and we pretty much know exactly what's going to be happening and what a Group B. I know we've mentioned it a couple of times, that would be adding Fallon Sherrock to that already list of illustrious players.
David
Stefan Schroer, who openly admitted yesterday Group B would be a real dream for him. Well, I'm looking forward to that one. But on the other side, I think what it means to me is Martin Adams becomes a big player in Group C. He will be the headline actor, potentially even one of the favourites going into that one. And we could still be seeing Wolfie on Saturday night. But not with darts like that, Martin.
No, definitely not. The first one, not where he wanted to go. The second one, lovely. And he followed it up with that last one. Yeah, just going back onto the On This Day in History, the big and most famous Tommy Cox was born on this day in 1946. And what a difference he made to darting lives for the likes of me and you, Glenn.
Yeah, I wonder if Scott Giblin remembers that.
140.
Thanks for the info, Scott.
Yeah, it was good to have you watching, Scott Giblin.
$132. $95.
Wolfie finding his range a little better now, but Evans with 89 doesn't need to go 20 ball.
34.
Hasn't, but misses the big 20.
Yeah, just the one bad dart in that leg, wasn't it?
Good time to miss it, though, with Adams back where he was.
60.
Once again, can David be clean and clinical on this 55? He looks uber relaxed right now.
Game shot the
He's looking good. 15 darts, super solid. And we mentioned earlier, if David Evans can win his last couple of games,
second against
he
Martin
will
to
finish
throw
on
first.
28 points. And that would be a record here for Group A. He would join Jim McEwen and Alex Spellman. That was the name I couldn't find and remember. But Alex Spellman also finished on 28 points. So David will join in a big list there. Once again, potentially he may know that because he is a bit of a stato, is our David.
Yeah, he is. And like any records, you'd like to have your name on them and part of them, wouldn't you? And so he's got an opportunity here to do that with put himself in MODUS Super Series folklore.
Interesting, David Evans nodding his head for Martin because I think he gets to a stage where he's probably a fan of Martin. He probably wants Martin to play well. He might be doing it because it'll help David play better in the game. But the respect I'm seeing for this man is unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm one of those as well. I still can't believe I've got his phone number in my phone. You know, it's Yeah, right old strange one. But
100.
Yeah, it doesn't. I know we said it on Monday, but to be sat next to Scott to see Martin playing there
96.
does take me back to that 2015 Lakeside. Possibly my second favourite Lakeside I went to. It was just incredible, and you know, to see the three of us like here now, and it's Martin who's up there playing and not us two.
140.
yeah, and he's a little bit older than us too as well, mate. We're sat in the rocking chairs here, and he's up there doing the business.
You're not wrong with the rocking chairs, by the way.
116.
Martin won't even consider the 19s. The modern way to go on 116, it would appear. Just adjust across there. You can see that treble 20 bed, but just can't find the marker. But he leaves a 2-darter looking good for 1-1.
Yeah, I made a golden mistake there. I knew I shouldn't have mentioned the chairs there, you blinking whinger.
$100. Martin, you require 56.
He said blinking. 16 to tops. He hit this clean as a whistle in his last match. It's never his favoured double. It is
Change
now.
on the second leg. Martin Adams.
I don't want to go on like an old farmer, but I'll tell you now, I've sat on
Then
some
it's
old
David to throw first.
frosted tractor seats, and they were just metal with no foam, young man.
Yes, I was spoilt with 30 years in an office, wasn't I?
96.
I bet you had one of them nice vented chairs, I bet, with all the back on it and everything. And
I was the boss, don't forget. I had the budget.
give me
45.
an old potato sack with a bit of foam inside it. That was a proper seat. You're saying that, if you seen how much those old farmers' seats go for now as stalls and that, God, I wish I still had a few of them kicking about.
Now, I'm obsessed with Salvage Hunt as a programme on telly, and they go for incredible numbers now. Big dart fan, Drew Pritchard.
I think he actually knows Terry Jenkins as well, because Terry Jenkins in a similar line of business.
They are, but yeah, I don't think they particularly like each other, but that's another thing. Hopefully they're not watching. Hopefully they're out salvaging.
Watching UK Gold.
77.
Yeah, it's just gone a little bit quiet this match, and when you play a Martin, you realise he will dictate the pace. He is a little bit slower than some of the players for David, so David has got
70.
time behind him to sort of think, and sometimes that can be a help, sometimes that can be a hindrance. But he knows he's through. But I like this route. He'll stay there.
126.
Yeah, that would have left double 60. That's a new one for me, that one. I learned something myself today.
Every day's a school day, Glenn. Every day's a school day.
60. David, you require 68.
Interesting on that
36.
48 a couple of times this week. His preferred double, of course, is tops. But he has it that 16 many times to leave the double 16 rather than the aggressive on the 8, then tops. Nothing Martin can do. That's a bit of a flyer, that second dart.
26.
Advantage Evans.
David, you require 32. Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
nicely done.
David Evans.
David Evans. Looked like he was heading to that double 16 with all that triple 18 route, but he got down to the
game on
where he felt he needed to be in the end and nails it. Takes a 2-1 lead.
Yes, we could be coming to the end of game 10 where we know exactly the situation from Group A. We don't often say
92.
that. I've seen some of these Group A's go to the final dart to determine positions. Well, what it does mean is that we can maybe chat about
60.
some of the matches that will be to come in Group B and Group C. The players will be arriving today and be getting themselves ready for their challenge to be that final piece in the MODUS Super Series Series 5 jigsaw.
140.
Masterful there from Adams. Through the side door to hit 2 treble 20s. That 140, the first one, a block up.
84. $85. $96.
The treble 20 here, we'll see Adams looking favourite for the leg to level up.
85.
That 5 means 99. You don't often see a lesser spotted 99 finish, and he may need to hit it.
180.
Evans has hit a maximum.
Require 99.
Martin, despite the fact he loves to start on 20s, will start there. That leaves 78. You don't often see double-doubles. I'm expecting treble 18. Can't be done on that
59.
180 from Evans.
David, it
Means
requires
he's
81.
arguably thinking I've got a dart at the bull at least on this 81. Well, actually, Dave, you've got 2 darts at double 12. No, it's not in, David.
No, it's in the 9, if that's what you're asking.
73. Martin, you require 40.
Tens for Adams.
30. David, you require
Come inside.
8. Game shot on the 4th leg. David
A
Evans.
little bit of robbery there from David Evans.
It's the fact we're not used to seeing Martin Adams miss darts at a double.
5th leg,
I
it's
mentioned
David
it
to throw
yesterday, but
first.
one of the
Game
best
on.
performances I've ever seen from Martin Adams is a game called the Pentathlon. And if you don't know a great deal about it, it really is tough on the mind, the body.
85.
It's played over all day in various different games, and he was so good at this game. I don't know how many times he won it. I can probably get the number off my stats, but he was magnificent. Up there with John Lowe. John Lowe was terrific at it, which tells you
100.
that it usually takes someone with a beautiful throw that can go on and win it. But it was tough on the body, Scott.
Oh, I played it a couple of times. I think my best score in it was 398, and I
100.
finished runner-up to Martin Adams, who had once again sort of popped through the 400 mark. You know, other years 398 had been enough to win it, but not when Martin's about. It wasn't.
85.
Yeah, I never did it because the next day was always the English Open, English Classic, something like that, and I just knew what it did to play. So, but I nearly did when Sam Hawkins, Kent, when he was running it, and when I first was coming on, where I just could have
59.
played darts 12 hours a day and I'd have been fine.
Yeah, that's when I did it. It was a long day. Next day I did it when it was at the 6-1 Club down in Kent, and it was in Tunbridge.
100.
It was an amazing day to be part of, but you really didn't want to be playing for the weekend after when it moved off and was run by England Darts at the England Open. It was, or the England Classic weekend. I can't remember which way
85.
round it was. And I always felt for the markers. It was a long day for 10 markers to be doing all those scoring and varying games.
$30.
Yeah, 172. You're thinking, give me a 140. After that first dart, it's going to be tough.
100.
Quality darts once again from the
46.
The standout player of the week so far in David Evans. He will be here on Saturday. Will we see Martin Adams?
$72.
Fancied Adams
David
to stay
requires
there then. That
72.
was a perfect dart and get one dart at double 13.
He goes his own way, and Evans goes his way on 72. Tops for
Game
the match.
shot on the
David
match.
Evans has been
David
absolutely
Evans.
fantastic. He moves to 26 points. That's how well that man is playing for Martin Adams. He will be in Group C. starting tomorrow afternoon as we look at the tail of the tape there. As you can see from the stats, David Evans, how many times have I said this week, I'm going to average between 8 and 5 in 89. Can you beat it? Once again, excellent on the outer ring. David Evans keeps on motoring. Can anyone stop him this week? Well, next up, it's Stefan Schroer against Fallon Sherrock.
So here we go then. These two now confirmed.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
B
Game
contenders. So having played each other twice already this week, they now play this one, and they will play again
49.
Another 2 times in Group B.
Yeah, good point that, Scott, because surely they'll be thinking that I'm going to be playing you over the next couple of days now.
43.
So I might just added a little bit more ingredients to this game already, but I have enjoyed watching these two players this week, and not an awful lot to separate them.
96.
The points table, but both will be in that fascinating Group B now.
Yeah, it's another strange scenario that the Super Series sort of puts
85.
up. It's when you play each other and there's 3, 4, 5 weeks, 6 months apart from games maybe that you haven't played one another, you kind of do forget maybe what your result
78.
was. But when it's day after day with each other, it's one of those where you remember that they got you yesterday and you get a bit of a bee in your bonnet, don't you? And want to make sure that you
59.
turn it around the very next day.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they sort of realise they're in Group B. Like I said, I'm not akin to what goes on in that players area, whether they know that they're both going to be playing in Group B already. But nothing to separate them in the table, nothing really to separate them in the head-to-head. Both have beaten each other 4-1. So it's a real pick-em.
100. Stefan Sherrock, 100.
Yeah, it is. And Fallon won the first meeting on Monday 4-1. Stefan won yesterday 4-1. So it's kind of 5 legs apiece in the leg count. So that tells me it's a pretty even game.
Yeah, we were just sort of saying
140
off air before Fallon played the game with David Evans that there's just something happens with her when the big games come. But Stefan doesn't seem to be one who worries too much about reputations.
80.
But just misses out on the double in the end. He said he's been a little bit disappointed in his doubles this week. He'll have to sharpen them up if he's going to go further forward. We know how much Fallon likes to lay up
34.
and then hit that tops, but this
Stefan
time
Sherrock,
just
20.
hits the wire.
Game shot on the first leg. Stefan
1-0
Schroer.
to the Dutchman.
Second against Fallon to throw
Just stood there
first.
like Fallon
Game
is, you would think, it's only gone with the darts. So I don't worry about that. Not a lot I could do about that. Did you ever think like that, stood behind a player?
Yeah, so many
81.
thoughts go, whether you're playing a good player, whether you're playing a bad player, but so many thoughts sort of go through your mind when you stood behind, isn't it? I was saying to someone yesterday, I was chatting to
100.
people I'm sort of working with, and the best players in the world who can just go up there and don't think.
I remember
58.
when I had my tour card, I just had an amazing fascination about winning the bull-up. I just had this thing in my head that if I won the bull-up, then I had a really good chance of winning the
100.
game. And if I didn't win the bull-up, the types of players you were playing didn't really, you had to work so hard to get one break.
And don't forget, we came from a
100.
background where winning the bull meant nothing because, let's be honest, we were in some of them big competitions. In the first round, you played the postman. In the second round, you played the milkman. But when you get on that
100.
professional circuit, and that's why when I got there and so many players are practicing, someone like an Andrew Gilden is relentless on that bullseye practice. And when I asked him why,
41.
just basically what you're saying there, the importance of winning that bull, because if he won that bull, he fancied his chances.
I've got to be honest, it's something that I did for 3 years. Part of my
49.
practice regime was absolutely trying to pound that bullseye so that it was second nature. Like when you're throwing at a treble 20, I tried to turn the bullseye into that. But the problem is when you have those 9 practice darts and they go, right, it's you to throw first for the ball, Scotty. It's like, you can't reenact that moment.
And you try to reenact it with your 6 practice ones, then you don't throw at the
Finally
bull.
require 100.
I think the most nervous thrown at a bull, as we look at the outcome of this leg here, we'll come back to this one. Does she go tops? She just felt there's enough there. She doesn't bust here.
Stephanie require
She doesn't.
108.
And Stefan's will feel like this is a bit of a freebie, this 108. He's 1-0 up. He doesn't necessarily think, I don't need to win this leg. It's not going to cost me. But topsy for 2-0. What
Game
a
shot
moment
the
that is for
second
Stefan
leg.
Schroer. He leads
Stefan
2-0.
Schroer.
But yeah, when I think of doubles, Scott, I'd love to know what your thoughts
But I
were.
get
where
Stefan to throw first.
when you play at Lakeside,
Game
you go and do a bullseye in a specific room. There's a practice area in the VIP area, and then you go into this special room, which is usually bitter cold.
57.
And the tension of just winning a bullseye in a match that could go on for 2 hours. Like, they're the ones that stick in my mind. Rab Butler sat there.
58.
Yeah, absolutely. Waiting for you to put your darts down and head off to the toilet or go to the bar, and then they'd come to you and ask you to do the bull-up, and you think, oh, goodness gracious. You pick your time, and then, like you say, you went into that room, and later, after you'd gone over that room, then they started bringing a camera in to film it. So they put a camera in behind you to film the bull-up as well.
81.
That's right. Yeah, I remember playing a guy from New Zealand. My memory's gone again. And we had the camera, and he said that actually cost him. He said he really got the collie wobbles. His legs started shaking.
What was that, Mark McGrath?
That's the man. Well done, boy.
Yeah, the cowboy. He was a good lad. Good lad.
180.
Superb darts from Fallon Sherrock.
And my dear friend Mike Day. I think he was older than Wolfie. I think at one point when he played at Lakeside.
My first ever game at Lakeside was Mike Day. There's Fallon. On the back of a 180. Do it again, Fallon. Leave double 1. Could we have the biggest finish and the smallest finish?
135.
She's been sensible.
170.
Yeah, I'd become good friends with Mike Day. We obviously came over and didn't have a vehicle to get around in, and we went out and had a bite to eat together, and
119.
stayed in contact ever since. And actually, he was due to come and stay with me 10 days ago whilst in the UK.
Game shot
there
the
we go.
third leg.
Fallon
Sherrock.
on that double 16 again. Prolific. Yeah,
Fourth
Mike
leg
was
it's
due to
Fallon
stay
to
with me
throw
and
first.
wasn't
Game.
actually very well before he flew home. He didn't feel very well.
What was Mike
So-
doing in the country?
He was over because his son lives over in the UK, and him and Wendy were over.
97.
And they've been over before, and I've took them out for the day all around the New Forest and what have you. A few years ago, I've been back to New Zealand when I went to the Australian Darts Open. We popped over to New Zealand, as you do,
41.
4.5-hour flight. Pop over to Auckland, and went and stayed with them for 4 or 5 days. So Yeah, I got a big bit in my heart.
60.
I went to their local dart club and everything. It was, yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, I've got his first shirt. Anyway, back to... That's the problem when you get 2  Lakesiders together. Once we get onto that subject, we can't stop. So feel free to message me and say, shut up.
And we will take no notice whatsoever.
86.
Once again, Stefan continues to impress. It was a lovely 2-dart finish there from Fallon. It's not the first time this week Fallon's been a couple of legs down. So she's just been a little bit slow out the trap. So when she's thinking of potential Grand Slam, or the reasons she's looking where her game is right now, albeit the circumstances being different with the crowd, etc.
140.
That competition in the round robin area, you do have to come out the traps early because it's only best of 9 in the first ones.
Great competition, the Grand Slam, particularly in the days where the BDO players went over and you popped 8 of those in there. The rivalries were there. It was really good times.
In my top 10 moments, the first time I played in that one. Fallon Sherrock was walking up big style from 2-0 down. Stefan was potentially, after that 108 finish, running away with proceedings. Fallon Sherrock is a dart away from 2-2.
41. Fallon required 24. A
little mutter to herself, but a sensible last dart there, not doing anything silly by leaving the 3.
I think more worrying was the fact she was holding her elbow there. Sometimes you can get a real click when you don't throw correctly on that double 3.
Requires 6.
Hopefully it's not something to worry you. That went in with real aplomb. Can she just sit above it?
No score.
And it's one of them doubles that even when you're on 175, you're thinking, I'm not out of this leg. Well, he's definitely not out of this leg now because his 6 has just shrunk another couple of millimetres.
Game shot on the 4th.
What a dart that is, Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah, very good dart indeed. I can't explain to you how very difficult that is to do on double 3 when your opponent just smacks a big score to get under your skin, really. It's one of those that makes you think, and that was very assertive. But on that, she really had to go at it with the first dart, and if she hit the 3, she would have had 2 in her hand. It's one of those doubles that can be as dodgy as you like.
140.
It feels like I'm at a football game right now. I've got the Bovril out here, and it is delicious.
Yeah, quite a nice aroma over here. I can't believe I turned one down there. I wish I'd have had one now.
The only problem was on the sheet, it says best before 2018, so maybe best you didn't.
81.
Just beginning to warm up nicely this game. Very much in the balance. Stefan Schroer was leading 2-0. But the ascendancy momentum right now
58
is with Fallon Sherrock. Absolutely, and there's a disappointment now with every throw that Schroer doesn't hit a treble. And every time he doesn't,
180.
In comes Sherrock. Big 180 hitter she is.
$41. Fallon require 100.
Oh, this is really good. Afterburners are on. Double 10.
90.
It was a shame. Scores are 140, 81, 180, and that would have been a delightful finish there for Fallon and would have put her in front in this game for the first time. And Stefan's hit the skids a little bit.
63. Fallon, you require 10.
Sure has left the handbrake on in this leg, hasn't he?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Another dodgy double. A double 5. First dart for Fallon Sherrock. Shows her confidence at the moment. If you go to that board thinking, oh, I've got double 5, you'll never hit it.
You could read an awful lot of players. I mean, with Stefan, you can see the incredible disappointment.
120.
Well, Fallon, you always struggle, don't you? Because she doesn't show any emotion, whether she's just hit a winning double against Mensa Silovic at Ali Pali or whether she's just hit a winning double against Stefan Schroer. I mean, she doesn't give an awful lot away, and some people would think that's a negative. I think it's an incredible attribute to have. I've seen her frustrations this week in some of the games, but she keeps it to the minimum, Scott.
Yeah, something I tried to do, and you know, you can be seen as a bit boring then, actually, to be fair.
I wouldn't know that.
I know. I can't believe that you were sort of pronounced more boring than me, to be honest, because I was trying to give absolutely nothing away, and everybody, you're ducking and diving in and out
41.
and everything when you miss a double, and yeah, you were more boring than me, apparently.
Well, I was boring, and I used that because I remember reading the Steve Davis book, was it Interesting Steve
100.
Davis? And so rather than get upset at the tag boring does it, I used it as a real positive. I mean, as you know, Scott, I'm one of the best people to be
100.
around because I'm so fun.
Absolutely. Love you with a dart in your hand, mate. Absolutely love you. Can't get further away, if I'm quite honest.
I can't believe they put us together, to be honest with you. We're actually working well.
Yeah, but they strip search us on the way in, so neither of us got a set of darts in our hands that we can get on.
Even Fallon found that funny.
Stephanie Record 127.
Well, one of my favourite finishes, 127. I was working with Mr. Paul Hinks at the weekend. Well, they've just let me down, Stefan.
41.
And I tell you what, this leg is not over now because 86 is far from a gimme. Can Fallon find at least a treble?
96. Stephanie Record 86.
She does. And it's 86. It's got to stay there. Make sure the big 18 to get a dart of the ball. That's clever thinking.
Game shot
and the
the
dart of the
flag.
ball was smack
Stefan
bang
Schroer.
centre.
7 from final leg. It's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
I thought Fallon was going to do a ghost throw there.
41.
Who do you think of with ghost throw?
The one that got on my nerves the most was Larry Butler with the ghost throw.
I thought you were going to say Kai Fan Lung.
140.
No, was it the Worlds or somewhere? I remember you stood behind him.
I played him in a Pro Tour in Germany, and in the little room, in the side room on the live stream, and he was doing a few ghost throws, Kai Van Lung, and yeah, you're trying not to make funny faces in the background.
But sometimes you can see the shadow. And
yeah.
Sometimes that can sort of get you a little bit, but
60.
Yeah, no, I can't remember Larry Butler doing it.
Yeah, he did it when he was at the hockey. It would like he'd sort of like toss the dart up and down in his hand to get the feel of it, and then throw it. So I suppose it wasn't like a ghost throw; it was like a feeler throw. I don't know what you'd call it,
Yeah,
but I'd never seen it before, and it absolutely threw me. I mean, I've got no
59.
problem with Larry, absolutely none whatsoever. We're mates, and he's been here, and we've been here together, and been next door and had a chat. But I never realised he did it until that time I played him in the World Masters.
23.
Well, Stefan will be happy as Larry with that return now because he's 50 ahead, but here comes Fallon. Can she fill it?
123.
Very, very much in the balance. 119 is a tough finish at the best, and that dart there really helps. He's just checking there. What would a single 20 leave? And the fact he was looking with the rhythm there, you think, why did I do that? Treble 20 for Fallon.
59.
Yeah, 119. Even if you hit the 57, it still doesn't leave you like a two-darter. You've only got a chance at the ball. It's a horrible number.
This is for the match.
Game
what a
shot
finish
on
from
the
Stefan
match.
Schroer. Some really
Stefan
good
Schroer.
finish in the 108 when he was leading 1-0 was a big moment. Fallon fought back in that game to lead 3-2. Stefan hit that magnificent bullseye on the 86 and then finished with real aplomb with the finish at the end, the 108 on the tops. It was a lovely game. Maybe the averages don't do it justice there, but for Stefan Schroer, he won that game with his doubles, 4 from 6. The 108 checkout being a real big highlight there for Stefan Schroer. He continues to impress and he's looking very, very good in second place. And we will see him in Group B, that's for sure. Michael Huntley's up next. He plays Mario Robb. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth, where it's been Group A time and a real masterclass from
First
David
leg,
Evans.
it's Michael to throw
Could
first.
be the record-breaking
Game
equaling
on.
David Evans, who's looking good to win and only lose one game out of his 15 so far. Where's the two players up now have had their troubles. Mike Huntley thrown first in this game
79
against Mario Robb, who has shown some signs of progression today. That will be something he can go away with today and think, well, I'm playing better than I did on Monday and Tuesday. And to be fair, that's something that my co-commentator Scott Mitchell picked up on Monday, that Mario, who hasn't been as competitive as of late, he might play himself into some form. And today's definitely been his best day, whereas Mike has just been so inconsistent. Even the head-to-head doesn't tell us an awful lot because the 1-1 in that. So it's another game. It's another pick-em game.
55.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those where Mike has been starting games okay, and then
60
tends to make, if he makes a mistake, then he chastises himself a little bit so much that the tail end of the game gets away from him.
Mario will go back upstairs.
96.
But yeah, totally, absolutely agree there. I think if he looks back, I think the head shake and it just breeds negativity into your body. It just breeds negativity. I believe in your next start, which no doubt you'll let it travel 20 now. But that's my theory anyway.
43.
Just give yourself, or try to give yourself some positivity on whatever you're doing. Even the walk back, it just seems to like he's trudging back. Whereas Mario, I think, seeing the positives, what's
43.
so far been a decent day. And this is where usually Mario's beginning to play his best game. Game 4 has been his better game on Monday and Tuesday. Can that trend continue?
141. Mario, you record 167.
Can the chastising yourself become a habit as much as, say, a glitch in your throw?
125.
I think everyone has their own personalities, don't they? We talked about Fallon not giving anything away. Well, I think Michael Huntley gives too much away because he can throw a dart. He wants tops to prove that.
38. Mario, you require 42.
Well, we know what usually happens next. He did that on 52 earlier for tops double six and got away with it. Will he get away with it now?
$36.
No, he doesn't. Is the answer to that, Glenn. He didn't. It did throw him.
$20. Mario requires 6.
A look on Mike Huntley's face there told me that wasn't going to go in before he'd even let go of the dart.
Game shot in the first leg.
Well, Mario gets there in the end, but myself and Scott don't always agree on everything, but I think we're in unison when we, in relation to that
Mario
man there.
to throw first. Game on.
I just see negativity now. I know he's second bottom saying, of course he's disappointed, Glenn. I get that, but he's about laying a foundation also
100.
for tomorrow. And one big win here, a big win to finish in his last game, and things look a little bit rosier again. Because this is the dart he's producing in the seniors tour.
123.
Very much is, and yeah, he doesn't think twice about things there, and here it just seems to be. The last couple of days seems to be an overthinking campaign for him.
140.
You know, he's obviously come here knowing that he's in a bit of form. You know, he knows that he's playing well, and you have to try and come in with those bits of form and try not to stop yourself, because that's not even your opponent stopping you. That's you stopping yourself, which seems the daftest thing in the world to do, but the easiest thing in the world to do.
180.
There's Mario the robot. It's third 180 of the day.
$43. Mario, you require 81.
Yeah, Michael was very generous in information he gave me coming into this competition, which I'll share as Mario for his best leg of the week.
Game
He's
shot the
finding
second
some
leg.
form as Mario Rob. I pretty much
Rob.
wrote him off when I walked in this morning because he just had two days where he just
So
wanted to
Michael
maybe
to throw
forget them. But
first. Game on.
he potentially has been player of the day today for varying reasons of improvements. That might not be staying on the stats. However, I'm looking at the fact he's averaging over 90 at the moment. So good on him.
77.
Yeah, this is the Mario that I remember from my early days on the circuit at the BDO, and he was one you didn't really want to draw early tours when you weren't a seed, and those days I wasn't seeded and he would have been, and yeah, you don't want to be playing him, and this is the sort of form he was showing back then.
Yeah, when I speak of Mike, the reason I had high expectations from him is we've talked about the seniors and the #1 rank, and something he's very proud of. But the fact he's been dominating the ADC in Wales, winning tournaments, he had an average of 115.62 in one of them games. Practicing regularly with Rob Owen. We know how good he was at the MODUS Super Series and how good he's gone on from there. And he plays Super League with him.
26.
He has travelled up with a good friend, Big Naj. Keeps telling him I got him the sack.
85.
Big Naj is the only player I've ever played. I was playing on a pro tour. I was 5-5 in a game. It went on for ages. He stopped the game to have a pasty.
No, I don't believe that.
60.
I know Big Nige.
Yes, I went 291 games without a win. I beat Tony Martinez. Nigel marked the game, and Tony Martinez said my winning double wasn't in. I was like, come on, Tony. It's been 291 days.
But nobody'd been counting, eh?
Yeah, stop reading Twitter.
120.
Better darts there from Mike. Well, the way Mario's playing right now, when you see 236, it's one of them numbers where, yeah, that's a bit of a wild one, but a nice 140 there would have really, really set him up.
45. $60.
Now, I don't hate them three darts. The fact he's over the treble, he's using the treble, it's super straight. But he had that wry smile afterwards where he wasn't happy with them.
60. Mark, 115.
Could start on the 19th here, so there's options on 115.
It's double 18 coming in.
97. Mario require 131.
So Huntley will be back.
91. Mark, you require 18.
Well, you better hit it because Mario doesn't miss doubles, as we know. Now you've got to be aggressive. Now's the fear of that dart. It looks like Mario's not what he maybe didn't know that. But we know what comes next when Mario's
40.
onto a double.
Game shot on the third leg. Mario
right on cue. The robot
Fourth leg, it's Mario to
takes
throw
out
first.
tops with one dart. I do like Mario's shirt, actually. I can see where the idea has come from.
95. $40.
What is your favourite shirt in the game, Scott?
134.
Yeah, I don't know, really. I think there's a lot of thought goes into a lot of shirts, and sometimes they're a little bit overcomplicated. But
100.
I think the simple ones that you recognise the most are like, you know, the MVG shirt, because one, he's on there an awful lot. But it just stands out. The green just stands out. I think they're sometimes the
70.
simpler shirts are the better ones and more recognisable.
Yeah, the asp. I like the way that suits him as well, doesn't it? You know, the black and red, the Joe Cullens of this world. How about Carol Sedlacek?
180.
That's a bizarre one. Evil Charlie. That has Matt Ward written all over it, doesn't it?
30.
Yeah, possibly. I just, yeah, my current shirt's got like tractor tyres on the front of it, but I think everybody thinks it was
65.
Sponsored by maybe a former football kit manufacturer from Denmark, I think.
$44. I'll be recording 116.
Yeah, I think my favourite shirt I wore was I proudly wore it, and was everyone looking at me when I realised I had the Denmark flag on my shirt and not the English. That would have been
98.
his first 100
Mary
plus
require
finish of the week for Mike
128.
Huntley, if he's looking at areas to improve. But 128, it's a toughie. He'll start in the 18s.
And the 18 was a minimum requirement to be able to go elsewhere
44.
there for
I'll be requiring 18.
Mario Robb. Huntley's inside the 99 again. Now off to 44.
10.
And
Mario, you require 84.
this game on this day, doubles have not been Michael Huntley's friend.
Well, he's got a dart for the match.
59. Michael, you require 8.
Chasing round the board now, Huntley.
6.
And still, it's not
Mario
happening
require
for him.
25.
I think we could be here all day. And Mike, wouldn't it, to double the way he's feeling right now? You get the sense, get me off the stage. Well, a dart at double 4 would be the case. Mario Robb wins the game 4-0. It's a whitewash victory. Mario Robb is having by far his best day of the week. And I'm really, really pleased for him because he looked really dejected at times this week. But he's continued to fight. And that's another statement to make. He will be playing Mike Huntley 2 more times at least this week. And he might remind him at 4-0, but Mario Robb wins 4-0 as we go on to the final games for each player. Next up, it's Stefan Schroer against top of the table, David Evans. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the final games for each of the players in their Group A campaign. Stefan Schroer is coming to the hockey now, who is sat in second place. And I think when he looks at the assessment there, he's a long way behind his opponent. So I think second place is a good return on debut. And he'll be really looking forward to his campaign, and openly admitted to be looking forward to his campaign. But it's been all about this man. Without being at his spectacular best, he's been extremely consistent.
99.
And consistent has been the key word in this group here. He's just kept his head and had great timing when needed to, and is a win away here from joining Jim McEwen
81.
and Alex Spellman on finishing on 28 points out of 30. And if that doesn't give you a lift for Saturday night, then nothing will. He's a great guy, is David Evans. Like I said, very pleasing on the eye with that throw. And when he gets it right, like that 180 there, he can do some real damage. Still has big dreams and being a professional dart player. He's been there before. He's got the experiences. But putting the MODUS Super Series on his CV would be a real special thing for him, as his main priority now is to get himself to Q School. How do you see this one, Scott?
Yeah, I said it at the start on Monday morning that I thought he would win the group.
43.
And when he started off really well against Martin Adams, and Martin would have been one of those that he would have seen as a rival in the group to top the group, and also Fallon. So by the time he got to game 4 on day 1, you know, he was in that position where he was thinking, I've done the work. I've done the work, and all he's done is continued that work at a pace which we continue to talk about. I'm going to do this average. You're going to have to go by that. And only one has gone by that this week so far, and that was 52. Fallon, who's the only one that's actually beat him. So, you know, I see that and the way things are absolutely perfectly. We had a chat with Stefan when he came here on Monday morning, and I think if you'd have handed him second place in the group right there, he'd have ripped our arm off here in the comms box when he was having a chat.
Game shot on the first leg.
Once again,
David Evans.
Another super solid 17 darter this time from David Evans. Like I said, he'll want to turn them 17 darters into 14 darters. But he's got a couple of days to really assess the situation. And like I said, he's there on Saturday night. The only player so far this week who was guaranteed to be there. Who's got family and friends making the journey down to Portsmouth to come and help him, support him, because you, the crowd, make it really special. And with the potential of a Martin Adams there, and a Fallon Sherrock, a Robert Thornton, a Steve West. Just get yourself and make Saturday night very special, because one of them will be joining an incredible list of players next week.
140.
The big favourite, Darryl Pilgrim, Marino Michaels, a real renaissance performance from him. Conan White had a previous winner. Anton Osland, how fantastic was it to see him win? Rob Grundy from my neck of the woods, don't write him off. Andreas Harrison, who's just getting better and better at the MODUS Super Series. The unpredictable but superb Chris Quantock, a real favourite of mine. Sebastian Białowski, the tough dogger Jim McEwen, and once again Matt Dennant.
100.
Another fantastic player. It'd be great to see someone like Matt, who hasn't had an awful lot of luck in the game of darts. He's flattered to deceive at times, and it would be a big statement for him to win it. So
140.
We're all getting excited here.
127. $55. David requires 68. Game shot on the second.
Evans again.
David Evans
shows his skill on that double top. I suppose it's a height thing. Maybe that is his
first.
favourite go-to double. And what a double it is! If one of your favourite go-to doubles is like 32 or, you know, 36 or tops, 42. It's the way you want it to be. It's no good having double 13 as your favourite, is it?
Yeah, you can see why he's called stretch. And like I said, not only does he use that height, he then has that elevation where the top half of his body is pretty much getting closer and closer to the dartboard. The pair of them do that. You'll get a lot of dart players who are very upright. And like I said, at times when you stand behind him, you think, you know, he's got all the qualities. Well, he's put himself in a good position now. Like that's one part of it. What can he do the rest of the week?
60. Can
he get himself in the big comp next week?
143.
It is easy to rest on your laurels, I could imagine, after topping a Group A. You find yourself having to find things to do
91.
before the Saturday night. And I've been in a Saturday night finals night, and the day just drags and drags. It doesn't happen quickly.
26.
You know, you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting. But then when the doors open here and the time gets to here, that time then passes very quickly.
And I suppose the earlier
90.
start now really suits the players here on a Saturday night. That's something I've sort of noticed as well. And
125.
he's finally
David,
found it. He's saying to himself
120.
there, but it's been one-way traffic. He'll stay there for treble.
41.
Big week of darts coming up as well. Like I said, we've got
60.
the MODUS Super Series final
David,
this week.
79.
We've got the big one next week and the European Championships as well. So a lot of the players will be jetting out to Dortmund. Will Evans jet onto double top? Of
Game
course he
shot
will,
with
because
further.
that's the type of week he's having
David
so far.
Evans.
Good Evans, he's good.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
Let's not
Game
forget
on.
he's playing the second place player in the group here as well. Prolific on that outer ring.
135.
3 from 4. Stefan Schroer yet to get a dart at a double.
99.
We said we were waiting for a performance from David Evans. For me, this is it. It's looking good for a whitewash win. And like Scott alluded to there, against the player who's in
134.
second position. He's manhandled him right now, averaging just shy of 95.
58.
To be fair, looking back, stats from the last 2 days, Evans has actually beat him 4-1
90.
and 4-0.
I've got your number, he is saying to himself, and 142 would be a special way to finish.
96. David Ivor, 142. 62.
Good spotting from our team there. He could have gone a couple of different ways after the first dart, but they got it.
58. David Ivor, quite 80.
For the match. He likes his tops. And
Game
David Evans
shot
joins an
and the
illustrious
match.
list of Jim
David
McEwen
Evans.
and Alex Spellman to finish on 28 points out of 30 in his Group A campaign. Job well done, sir. Only the one defeat over the 3 days. He'll be feeling rather good about himself. Stefan Schroer will be feeling okay. He'll realise that it was a good job. He knows what he needs to do if he's going to step up there. But a brilliant performance from top of the table, David Evans. What a performance. And next up, it's Mario Robb against Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm joined by the Group A winner, David Evans. David, congratulations. Just sum up how you think you've played and how you're feeling after this campaign.
I feel brilliant. I mean, I've played some steady stuff. Obviously, the couple of games, they were quite short of what I can do, but it's proven sort of, you know, the mid-80s to early 90s has got me through, so yeah. Good.
How's it compared to previous times that you've been here?
It's been a little bit easier, I would say that, but you know, it's I've got my confidence back, and that's the main part about it, to be fair.
Well, let's show you the league table, because this makes very good reading for you. That 28-point haul there, just one defeat. You've actually equalled the record. Alex Spellman and Jim McEwen, the only other two players to have won 14 out of 15, so esteemed company.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alex Spellman, Jim McEwen, great players as well. So to do that, it's brilliant, especially where I was before and now coming back into form as well. So,
at what point did you feel that you'd kind of qualified, that you made it through to finals night?
Only when I got told afterwards that I'd only needed a couple of legs, sort of thing, you know, and I'd already done it, sort of thing. So it was like I can relax after the last couple of games, but I still played the way I had to play. So.
And the last time you were here, well, not last time, but one of the times you were here, it's well documented. One of our commentary team, Matthew Edgar, described you as a sitting duck. It's been more like a swan, hasn't it, the serene progress you've made this time. Is it time, David, that I gave you this back and you took it away and you replaced it with maybe a trophy on Saturday instead?
More than likely, and I'll be putting it on Matt Edgar's door, I think. But, you know, yeah, definitely, no.
There we go. Nice message from Matt Edgar. We'll let you prepare for Saturday, where maybe that will be a trophy, and maybe you won't just be staying for a couple more days, maybe another week, Champions Week next week.
Absolutely.
There we go then. Let's get the last couple of games underway. Evans through to finals night. I'll hand you back to Scott and Glenn for Mario Robb against Martin Adams.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a great interview with David Evans, who's had an outstanding week. But knowing David like I do, he knows the job is only half done so far. As we look at Martin Adams, and if you just joined us for the first time today, in one of his better attire,
Mario
it's
to
5
throw
o'clock
first.
somewhere apparently.
Game on.
And for Mario Robb, for me, despite all the fantasticness, all the fantasticness of David Evans, who's getting a wave off Martin Adams as he leaves the balcony.
100.
Mario Robb, for me, has been the player of the day. He was in no man's land. He was struggling. He looked dejected. He looked gutted. His shoulders were down. He's come today, and I think only the fact he's lost one game against
85.
David Evans, who produced some magnificent finishing in that game to beat Mario, he's been brilliant.
Yeah, I totally agree. It was good Evans indeed when Mario
83.
played Dave. And is Dave Evans going to stretch to go in the distance on Saturday night?
Hey, listen, I'm not sat with Chris Murphy yet, so you can really stop these puns right now.
125.
I think the Ducks are finally done. Like you say, it's on to silverware
60.
maybe for David Evans this week, but 2 games to go today, and as you said, Mario has been a standout player today. The biggest turnaround, definitely,
55.
of a player today, and he really has shown a little more of what he's about and why he's here.
It just brings him into the reckoning, doesn't it, of Group C? And that'll be good for him because
140.
he'll probably go and get a bite to eat now, and then you're in the hotel room for, say, 4 or 5 o'clock, and then you've got all that time to reflect. Well, if it's positive reflection, it can make overnight a little bit easier. So that's absolutely fair play to Mario. Like I said, Group C is probably not where he wanted to be. But he actually now goes into it where, have I now got a chance? If I can start like I am, he's going to play Martin Adams again tomorrow. If he can beat Martin here, why can't he go on and beat the other ones who'll be joining? They'll be fresh, yes.
151.
Playing on that stage for the first time in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he could turn Martin over here, it'd be a big confidence booster for him going into Group C in the last couple of days.
Mario, you require 60.
Martin having a bit of a cough and a splutter there.
Game shot on the first leg.
I'm not going to say
Mario Rob.
but you know probably what I'm thinking there. But Mario Rob is looking good for 4 wins out of 5 and a good
Second against
glug of
Martin
water
to
need
throw
for Martin
first.
Adams, who
Game
gets so
on.
quiet in there as well. You know, when we go on the balcony, we even start whispering a little bit because you don't want to put the players off, and that's the only problem when it's so silent in there. So when you're desperate to cough, you feel like you're putting the opponent off, whether it's
95.
he's throwing his darts or not. So looks like Martin's back to 100%.
Yeah, well, you know, like I say, having played here, you can hear a police car and ambulance go up the road
100.
like it's just gone across the back of the hockey. The ambience here with the high ceiling. And when I say it goes right to the roof, I don't mean that there's a ceiling
84.
inside. It's right to the apex of the roof. But it creates an amazing atmosphere on a night when the fans are in here. And
123.
a purpose-built darting arena. I liken it to the Colosseum in Rome. It's built for a purpose. And its purpose here in Portsmouth is darts.
100. $43.
Chance for Adams now. 2-2-2. You're thinking, I can't stay on the 20s. I don't want to go and treble 5 either, like.
95.
And on 2-3-5, you're thinking of the bullseye potential with your last dart. So that's the thought process of a dart player. He doesn't need to now.
137. Martin, you've got 127.
Just like a different man, doesn't he?
$99. Mario, you require 98.
Don't be surprised if this goes. Don't be surprised. I set you up there, Mario. And you do that to me.
85.
It's
Martin, you
kind of
require
just all,
28.
the wheels just fell off there on those last 2 darts. He's got a little head shake with a smile as he goes back to the water table, does Mario. And Adam surely off
shot
the
the
inside
second
of
leg.
that. Yeah,
Martin
absolutely
Adams.
finds the range.
Yeah, like I said, players might
So
see
they get
this
Mario
as
to
a
throw
dead
first.
rubber.
Game on.
But the fact they've got each other over the next 2 days, you can get them bragging rights under the belt.
And both matches have been a win to Martin
43.
Adams in previous, both 4-2. And probably of all the people here, the one that Mario may be more comfortable playing, having played back in the day, maybe.
180.
Yeah, they've played twice before, haven't they? At the IDL, that was a competition where I think a lot of the players in that
100.
organisation were getting really excited about, around about that mid-2000s, which the invasion of players that Scott talked about earlier, they reckon the atmosphere when you played in Holland in them days were very, very special.
85.
Yeah, I was just a little bit too late. I was to miss those days, as were you. And then I feel I'm just a little bit too old for these days as well at times. I feel like I've come in the wrong period into darts.
Our period wasn't bad. I think we helped drag the BDO at times when it was going through its difficulties because the PDC was just
83.
rising so quickly, and I think we put a decent show on, Scott. But I remember speaking with Andy Fordham, and he said in the boom time of the mid-2000s, he would go on exhibitions for 40, 50 days.
44. Martin, you've got
You know, like not 2 or 3 day
153.
long weekend, 40 or 50 days. It was crazy over there, he said. He was like a rock star. 73 left. 19's been the shot now.
99.
Yeah, big friend of Andy. I became big friends with him and travelled a few times together towards the latter end of his career.
100. Martin, you've required
Lovely,
54.
lovely man. Very, very sorely missed by many.
34. Mario, you require 114.
He'll start on the 20s. And that's a disaster because that leaves 99.
$50. Martin, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg.
Martin Adams again. That's that double 5. Been quite a favourite today, double 5 for players. It's one that sometimes you see that people struggle with all day. But today, no matter who's gone towards it, seems to be sticking it to the board.
And you can see Mario, the expectations come back from now because he visually disappointed with his performance in that leg
83.
I think he was still thinking of that treble 5 on the 114, but what it's saying to him is that he's here, he's competitive, he wants to win, he can win. And his whole mindset seems to have changed. And bearing in mind he could barely hit a ton 40, ton 80 for 2 days. He's found it a lot more regular today, and it all goes well for the rest of the week.
$140. $140.
He needs to spin that dart the second time everywhere because the adjustment there was fantastic. A beautiful 140 after what I thought was a tough first dart. He seemed to cover an awful lot of the bed.
60.
And a chance now. He's stolen the dart here. He had to break Martin. He's got a big chance now. Can he follow that 140? The answer is yes.
140.
And when he's been behind in games this week, you know, we've seen him just not perform. We're over trying, and now he's, like you say, he's a different player. I'd hoped on 32. Monday that he would take his time and get into it.
81.
And I'm feeling more confident of the fact that he's getting somewhere near where he needs to be for a good campaign in Group C.
He went through that phase where he tried to speed up, and something you mentioned yesterday, if you're not a quick player, don't try to speed up because it's not your game. And he just seems to have gone back to more. His rhythm looks quite good now, but for me, the belief, 40. The competitiveness is there. It's come back 32. Out of him. And he'd be hoping to go 2-2 with 3 darts, a double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Mario Rob.
Levels it up with a break back.
Fifth leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on. $41. $26.
Chance here for Mario to get in front, but he needs 59. A treble.
It's one of them best of 7 games where you go through a phase where it just feels a little quiet and it just needs one really big score. After that first dart from Adams, his 180 hit has been great, and I thought that was another one to add to the collection. Mario Rob is still in control here, purely based on the fact he's got the darts.
125.
That was a good last find there from Mario. Adam seems to have the lateral drifts here at the moment. He's starting to think about it again. Just now when he was hitting 140s, he wasn't thinking of anything. And now all of a sudden, when you just get those few points behind it, he's give that little elbow tweak a look, and that's what he meant. His elbow's coming up and across, and it's diverting the dart.
Yeah, there's been a few ADC Dutch players who not yesteryear players, because they're only young players themselves, but Belgian as well. Sven Verdonk, Willem Manders,
55.
Benito van der Pas, who came to the MODUS Super Series to play themselves back into form, and it just didn't work. They had real bad campaigns. Well, I was going to add Mario to the collection, but what Mario is doing now,
122.
he's starting something you said at 9:30 on Tuesday morning, where, look, he had a bad day on Monday, but I still believe he will play himself into form. I doubted that, Scott. But what a day he's having today. He's 2 darts
44.
away here. And he's
Mario, you
potentially
require
winning
54.
4 games out of 5. And what a response that is from Mario. Could stay there. Does stay there for double 16.
Game shot.
Yeah, good call, Glenn. Good call.
Mario Rob.
Yeah, I thought he was going to come out from there, but no, he...
6 Vegas Martin to throw
little
first.
smile to himself over
Game
there
on.
at the table again. I'm pleased to see that he's enjoying it as well. I think he's enjoying it, and that's the main thing. And when you enjoy your darts, some of your best darts will start to come out.
40. $100.
I tell you what, when I play on that stage, I'm going to play so slow the production team won't get to bed till 4 a.m. I might take a minute each dart.
That'll be only if you're playing me, mate.
43. $85.
Well, you can't hear the production team in my ears, but it's advantage to the production team after them responses there. They'll just hit me back with a 6. So I'll stick to the darts.
45.
And Martin Adams is just looking a little tired with them darts. A real chance for Mario Rob right now. And he's finding that treble. He's flying right now.
140.
Absolutely flying. And good on him.
$135.
Never say die attitude from Adams. With that 135 to come straight back at Mario.
60.
I have no problem with them darts, Mario. Just compose yourself. You're 116 points away from winning 4 games out of 5 today. And where you were earlier in the week, that is a fantastic
85.
return.
Mario require 116. $60. Plus you require 153.
Not to be for Adams. How much pressure can he put on the 56?
100.
An awful lot.
Mario, you require
These are the
56.
moments for Mario Rob, but he would have taken this morning. You look at the 16, and we know how good he is on a double. And it's a case of
Game
Super
shot and the
Mario
match.
on Wednesday here at the
Mario
MODUS Super
Rob.
Series. He has been absolutely outstanding, and he looks really proud of himself, and so he should be. He had a dreadful couple of days, but today 4 wins out of 5. You can see him congratulating himself, and an 87 average there, and more in the locker he will feel if he can just complement that fantastic doubles checkout with his scoring. Mario Rob still has an awful lot to play for as we go to the final game of Group A. It's Fallon Sherrock against Michael Huntley.
So welcome back as we come to our final match in Group A. All the places are sorted and who's going where in what group.
First leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
Fallon Sherrock
Game
will be
on.
heading into a very tough Group B tomorrow evening. Michael Huntley will head to Group
100.
C.
Yeah, it will seem a long time ago since the first game Mike Huntley played this week against Fallon Sherrock, where he won that game 4-2.
60.
Gone as planned since, and he's watched the guy who was below him in the table, Mario Robb, have a sensational day. So Michael Huntley will finish bottom of Group A, and that will
40.
hurt him because he knew he was playing well. He's used to winning again. He's coming here in much better form, but it just hasn't happened, and he has to gather his thoughts, get himself together. He's got people with him here,
115.
and get him so he comes up and running tomorrow. He won't play at Fallon Sherrock. We'll be hoping to still play maybe on Saturday night, but I guess
96.
as it goes, this one is a dead rubber, you would feel. But for Michael Huntley, if he can just put together a really solid performance, you just never know what he can do for his campaign
55.
tomorrow.
Yeah, if he could nick this one, the form books would say no, he can't. But if he could nick this one, he would sleep a lot better tonight and
42.
have a little better outlook on what's going to come tomorrow morning in Group C.
135. $39.
Oh, a big slap at the wire there from
36.
Fallon Sherrock. Sees a big bounce out. Double 8 here for Huntley.
128.
Yeah, the way his day's been going, I was thinking stay away from the 16, Mike.
The way his day had been going, it would bounce out the double 8 and land on his foot.
82. Michael, you require 8.
Keep the belief, Mike.
Game shot on the
Exactly where
first
you
leg.
want to be there with
Michael
the dart you're
Huntley.
expecting this week. Remember, we're only at the halfway stage so far. But there's the shake of the head still. The shake of the head
Second
could
against
be the
Michael
fact.
to throw
Where have you
first.
been all
Game
week?
on.
He has the game, Scott, hasn't he?
123.
Yeah, that is not in doubt at all. I just
60.
thought the form that he had coming in would help him in this Group A, and it doesn't seem to have been the case.
41.
So elegant in full flight.
140.
Something that Scott mentioned earlier, the way she has that trajectory of the dart. It goes so high and then does all its work right in the last part of it. Just looks very
60.
elegant. Like I said, you get a power throw where they're thrown direct to the target.
$59.
And as Mike Huntley has that unique, Scott, of
54.
holding the stem and the barrel when he throws a dart.
Yeah, it's a strange sort
96.
of way to grip the dart, but I'm one of those that holds the back of the dart, and on the odd occasion that happens to me if it doesn't quite sit in the right place. There is a manufacturer
43.
that brings
Value
out a sort of a grip on the
146.
stem now, so that you can grip the stem on the back of your dart. It's a clever idea.
83.
Well, the two players I'm thinking of who throw from the stem, Nathan Aspinall, Steve Beaton. Anyone you can add to that? And they're literally holding the stem to throw a dart.
140.
I would have said the same two players, I think. They're the prominent ones we see more of.
Preferred route double 16 rather than a beloved double 18.
47.
And there's
Marking
a
required,
little
40.
sign of frustration there for Fallon, but she's used to going 2-0 down, you know. She's
Game
done that
shot
too
the
many
second
times
there.
this week for her own
Michael
liking, but
Huntley.
it's usually about now that she starts battling back.
The look, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
She's nowhere near out of it. If she holds here, that would be my attitude if I was playing this game. If I can hold here,
58.
get a little momentum, I can then break and get it back to 2-2.
Yeah, like I said, it's happened maybe too many times for her own liking. She's given players 2 dart start. She has had some fight backs and winning
58.
games. As you have a little closer look at this throw, there's that elevation, that flight. So that point is virtually pointing to the ceiling. So she's sort of doing a lot of the groundwork right at the beginning of the throw.
140.
If you slowed that throw down, whereas you can see it's a lot more vertical, the dart in his hand there. That point is nowhere near the ceiling this time. So the trajectory of the dart will just totally differ between the two of them. And when you get really scientific and you show the throw down, it's amazing what the dart does in flight.
43. $60.
Surely, surely.
140.
Not quite to be, but definitely in full command of this leg here. 120 after 12 for Sherrock.
56.
Huntley chasing the treble 18s, which is the right way to go.
It's definitely in, Fallon, because we've got the best angle to see everything, and that is on the wire.
I do love that shot.
I think I said yesterday, it just doesn't miss when it happens.
150.
It's been hit
Fallon
since.
required 40.
Like I said, she's used to going 2-0 down. She's used to fighting back, but she needs this double 10. Because Mike Huntley is sat on 91. Decisions to be made on the first dart, Scott.
Yeah, indeed. He's looking down. He's going for it. 74. Double 16.
59.
That was a chance he was not expecting. And we don't expect him to get back.
Well, we said there was a magnet in this double 5, Fallon.
15.
I think that magnet has gone
32.
chance for Mike Huntley here. We said he needed a real big game to go into tomorrow's Group C campaign. Can he go into a 3-0? You'd feel unassailable lead. And this is the problem when you're not used to winning games. All of a sudden, them doubles shrink. Chance for Sherrock.
Yeah, you sit in that room just thinking, give me a go, and you get your chance. And then it crucifies you even more when you don't take it.
Sherrock.
So Sherrock levels it up.
Fourth leg, it's Michael to throw first.
They're both having a little laugh.
I think my favourite part this week's been Happy Camp. I think the players will see that they'll try and keep a straight face next week, won't they? They're all watching me when I'm losing 2-0. They're all watching me when I miss start at a double. Good start from Huntley.
32.
Should have a sign on the wall above the camera saying this is Happy Cam.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the Euro Tour this year being there. Do you remember the old bongo cam and everything, like dance cam? Unique atmosphere, which you sampled this year, Scott. Good atmosphere when you were there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely bonkers. It's just the days you dream. You all those efforts and all that
60
over all the 20-odd years that you've practiced and played and this, that, and the other. Those are the days you play for, and it's just sensational to be part of. You're not a big part of it. You're just a little part of it and a little part of why they're there, and that's always been enough for me.
123. 58. Mark, we require 152.
At least 6 darts on 152, so even a score of 100 would be good here. You don't need to be too aggressive with your opponent on 268. Just don't slide into the 1 or the 5.
81.
It's a sensational last start for Mike Huntley. Like I said, he's had his own problems today. It's very similar to Mario Robb. A victory here for Mike Huntley. And
60.
I don't think
Mark, we
many of the
require
players will go
71.
away too disappointed. For double 16. It was his Achilles heel last time, 16s and 8s.
55. 81. Mark, we require 16.
Surely this time.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Michael Huntley.
Huntley 1 leg away.
5th leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
An
Game on.
uncharacteristic performance so far from Fallon Sherrock. You just get the feeling she wants to get away and start planning her attack for Group B tomorrow.
100.
Maybe apologies for harping on about it, but it does whet the appetite. Group B tomorrow. How do you pick a winner from Steve West?
55.
In great form at the moment is Steve. I think maybe just a little bit unlucky last time, just walking into Luke Littler at his best. Dan Lowby, very unpredictable, extremely quick, superb player. And Rob Thornton, who's really wanting
22.
this MODUS Super Series title. And when you add Fallon and Stefan into that mix. But for Mike Huntley, he'll be up against Kevin Dowling, who, speaking to Kev, he said he's a little bit unpredictable at the moment, so we don't know what we're going to get from
55.
Kev. Reece Colley, who just represented England in the WDF World Cup. And Justin Hood, I'm looking forward to seeing him play. I think he's a terrific player, very underrated player.
96.
And maybe the new Mario Robb. But for me, Martin Adams has still got a one big chance in that Group C to qualify for Saturday night.
100. 59.
One big score from Huntley here.
$60.
And when you're searching,
$60.
could start in the 19s. Doesn't look like he is. It does sort of bring into the fact that you can use that bullseye to at least, as a minimum, set up the 170 finish, but
61.
when he sees that winning line, well, that's another way of getting the 170, Michael Huntley. Well, it's been a bit of a stinker of a Group A campaign. Well, this would be the ultimate way to finish it. Part 1, tick.
98. Fallon requires 64. Game shot on the 5th leg.
That's what Fallon Sherrock does.
Sherrock.
Mike Huntley will have been stood there thinking, I'm going to get a chance at this 72, but
6th leg, it's Michael
you
to
can
throw
just see
first.
him there, just
Game on.
a little bit of fed upness, but he has the darts here. Can he start big? He'll stay there.
100. 96.
Mike will not want to go to a last leg because Fallon Sherrock would have the darts in that decider.
55.
He probably will feel the job needs to be done now. Fallon 60 points behind. Get up, she says.
40.
And Michael Huntley very, very quickly to the hockey. He senses a chance.
60.
The trebles are very, very rare at the moment between these two.
56. 60. 26. 100.
Put himself in pole position. And the first person to be there for a finish. And typical when one person hits a treble, the other follows, but at least 6 stars. So he doesn't necessarily need to go down to the 19s. He does, he hits it. It is the bull. I would go for it in this, under the circumstances, Mike, but he doesn't.
94.
And maybe that's out of a lot of respect to his opponent, Fallon Sherrock, but Michael Huntley will be back for the match. And this is the worst performance of the week for Fallon.
59.
She'll go, she'll regroup, she'll come back. She'll still be involved. But it's Michael Huntley finally gets over the winning line in a game that he probably won't remember too much, but it gives him something for his campaign in Group C. But it was all about David Evans' Group A, the record-equaling Group A campaign for David Evans. He will be there on Saturday night. All the other things are done outstanding. A very, very competitive group.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Yes, it was a competitive group for the most part, apart from the fact that David Evans kind of ran away with it from the start, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. You know, I predicted that on Monday. I don't like to say I was right, but I was right. And he did run away with it from the start. And then it was a case of finding out who was going where. And I think it's all fell into place roughly where we thought it would be.
Final confirmation of the results on your screen now. Mike Huntley signing off with that 4-2 win against Fallon Sherrock, and Mario Robb signing off with a 4-2 win as well, Scott. Both giving themselves something to take into Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Mike has had a tough day today, and that was his only win. And to beat Fallon is never an easy feat at any point in time. So he'll take a little bit of something from that game. And Mario, he played his way into this week. He really did. He's been out of the game at this kind of level and the TV level for quite a while. And I mentioned it to him on Monday after the session and said, "You're going to play your way in, aren't you?" He said, "I think I am." He said, "It's all a bit strange and I feel a bit rusty." And he came to the party today.
Let's talk a little bit more about David Evans, because he is a player that really dominated this group. We're not going to see him again until Saturday. Equalled a record, didn't he? How good was he in this group?
Well, Glenn and I were down in commentary and we could see it coming. We could see it coming yesterday. And, you know, if he goes through today and he did everything that he needed to do. And, look, he was mighty impressive. Just the fact that he was doing enough. He wasn't asking too much of himself. He wasn't getting upset in the silly moments. It was a mature Group A, really, from Dave Evans.
Good enough to go and win it on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't see why not, because I think that he can step up to the games that everybody else is going to bring. If they bring it, I mean, will the moment get them? We don't know. It's the love of why darts is like it is. You never can predict accurately, and you never can tell how it's going to go.
Well, let's have a look at the final league table just to give you confirmation of that record. He's equalled the points tally, the win tally in a Group A of both Jim McEwen and Alex Spellman, who did it earlier in the series, actually. Spellman didn't get through on finals night. Jim McEwen, who did it a lot longer ago, actually is going to be at Champions Week this time around. But of the rest of the field there, who do you think could end up turning their week around enough to threaten Evans and some of the big hitters that are coming in?
Well, I think we've got to look at that Group B now and look at where it is. You know, Stefan Schroer for me is not really clicked into the gears. He's new, he's a debutant, and maybe I'm asking a little bit too much of him. But he told us he wanted to be in that Group B. He wanted to be with those big names to test himself up there on that stage. And I think he's one to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, there you can see he is. He's got his wish. He's in that Group B, so he's going to join Van and Sherrock, Steve West, Danny Lowby and Robert Thornton coming in. That is some group. And then in Group C, Martin Adams, Mario Robb and Mike Huntley, joined by Kevin Downing. Justin Hood is a former winner himself here at the Super Series, and Rhys Colley. So even though Evans has had such a dominant campaign in Group A, it's never a certainty, is it, when it comes to finals night, because there are some fantastic players there.
Absolutely. I mean, there's some of my former England teammates in Group C as well, and I know what they're like when their back's up against the wall as well. Both groups are absolutely sort of scintillating groups for two different reasons. I think Group C is unbelievably even. So, yeah, which two are going to come out of there? You're going to have to watch to find out, I think.
Yeah, you certainly are, and you can watch tomorrow from 1 p.m. live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the first 6 matches, and then we'll join our friends and Sporty Stuff TV from 3 p.m. and then on both platforms from 10 for the start of Group B, which looks ultra competitive. Now, this is the last week in qualifying for Champions Week, the last week of Series 5, but if you cast your minds back all the way to Week 2, we had one player who had a 9-darter and the highest ever average here at the Super Series. But the question is, can Daryl Pilgrim prevail at Champions Week?
Well, Pilgrim's done everything this week, hasn't he? You wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
Wow, and wow again. I just make it 6, Daryl.
Staggering. Most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18. It's the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Daryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish.
The MODUS Super Series HQ.
180
for the match, and record-breaking darts, double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with a record average here at the MODUS Super Series of 122.69. Have it.